the time that you are taking, and we appreciate that you're also part of us on this educational event. I wish to make perhaps some kind of recognitions of the guests that are with us in the room. Prof. Sitate, we forgot to give you a round of applause for actually making this day a beautiful day, third day, and the remarks that you have already made. We welcome them, and you presented them like a real industrial psychologist. You deserve a round of applause. Thank you. To show that we are really engaging at a level that is high, and the standard of the presentations seems to be making huge contributions. We see that by the continuous attendance of the research professors from the other faculties. So we see that by the presence of the other professors, faculty professors. The name Professor Rafapa has been mentioned. He is a very popular professor in the Faculty of Humanities. Prof, welcome again. And let's give him a round of applause. I think the twin brother to Professor Sitate has also joined us from the Faculty of Science and Agriculture. Let's also welcome Professor Masuku. That's the internal colleagues that I've seen that they mentioned their names. But typical of me, and normally using such a platform maximally so, I will just wish you, students and academics of FML, that you hear the voice of other professors. I was looking now, then I'm saying, no, the professor there is far back. And I thought, Professor Rafapa, may I then actually request you to come and join me on the stage? I will tell you what I want you to do. Please, usher him by giving him a round of applause, please. I'm also going to get to that age. I'm recognizing elders, eh?
Thanks, my brother, Prof. He has whispered in my ear so I don't blunder. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have a very much cordial item to execute, and I'm really very grateful for the extended hand from our brother and sister faculty of management and law. Mine is a very brief and curt item to execute. I'm rising specifically to welcome members of the BMF, Black Management Forum. And there's the brief I have. The other big shots will be introduced by people taller than myself, the honchos. I thank you.
Read their names. Read those names. Read those names.
Oh, okay. It's just
so that we can clap for them.
Oh yes, no thanks. After a blanket welcome of our BMF brothers and sisters, it is my singular honor now to specifically emphasize the welcome for Throuthe and Dikoti Masemola. The titles are not here, I suppose. Thank you so much.
Good, let's give them a better hand than that one, as they are standing, so that we acknowledge them proper. Thank you very much, Prof. Sitati. Don't fight me. You know, I was just trying to showcase that the Faculty of Humanities is custodians of language. And you realize the way Professor spoke here. There were some terminologies that he brought. So I thought, let me also actually give you a taste of that old education. Let's give him a round of applause. Now, coming to this third day, I looked at the kind of the papers that are going to be presented, and also incorporating the past 2 days. I then came to a conclusion that this research day, for me, has something unique compared to the previous research days. I will tell you why. I was looking at the 17th, is it 16 or 17 SDGs? And I looked at the schools, and almost all the papers presented, I could actually link them to the SDGs, which simply means the researches that you are doing, it's not going to collect dust. There are stakeholders that are going to be very interested. You know, goal number 1 speaks about service delivery. And a lot of the papers yesterday labored on that particular theme. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I'm saying the work that you are doing, making a point that it responds to finding solutions to Africa is the motto of our university. The second part, I have actually looked very close, and I noted that Africa as a continent, we are taking it very serious. And that also made me to identify papers, Prof. Sitati, from the 3-day program that also talks to the Africa that we want, what we call Agenda 2063. What impressed me most was that these 3 days cut across all the levels of our programs. There are students from the B, the junior degrees, as well as the honors, the masters, and PhDs. But what struck me is that you could not identify easily the levels as they were presenting. I think was one of the session chair yesterday who even asked one participant that, by the way, you are an undergraduate student, which was very stunning for me. So the level in which we are growing as a faculty shows that there's something good. Perhaps may not be that good, but there's something good that we are doing. And I think the interactions with other universities, and you noted yesterday the guest speaker reflected on quite a number of issues. And it's very rare, Prof. Masuku, that a guest speaker will stay the 3 days of such an event. They normally come on those specific days that they are presenting. So I want to thank you, professors, for actually staying with us for these 3 days. Finally, before I now actually hand over to session chairs, education does not stop. And we have seen that. Any platform and opportunity that you may grasp, there's element of growth on it. And as human beings, we always learn each and every day. Therefore, today is another day, and we are going to learn, all of us. What also is important to all the speakers that are going to present, you are the expert of your own research. Let me repeat that. When you're the only person who have done that research, whether through guidance of your supervisor and so forth, but claim that particular space, we look at you when you come here as the expert of that particular paper. So having said that, I was just trying to put my students at ease so that they should not take it hard, and they should allow space of integrating or incorporating whatever comments that could give weight of whatever that you want to share. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Professor M.M. Kanjere, who is a professor at the Teflop Graduate School of Leadership, to introduce our guest speaker of the day. Let's usher him, please, or her. Na ile walk.
Hi, good morning. Mukwena lo, abambaziyo, abazange bam. Mukwena lo, abambaziyo, abazange bambode, abazange bambo. Sitatilo, abambaziyo, abazange. Sitatilo, abazange. Good morning again. All protocol observed. I just wanted to refresh your brains. We have been attending beautiful sessions, absorbing each and every presentation, learning and growing in the process. So I thought maybe we need a bit of a brainer for our minds to be refreshed. I'm here to do a very important job, which is to introduce our guest speaker this morning. And what excites me about this guest speaker is because I know him personally. He's our MBA alumni. Can you just clap hands for that? Hey, we see a producer, Pelatina TGSL. I see a producer. And in addition to that, this guest speaker, hey, is also a philanthropist. Hey, you know, myself and Prof. Rachidi were always interested in Black Management Forum activities and stuff. And he took it upon himself that we get registered, raise funds for that. Can you just clap hands for that? So he's very passionate about his work and about his position as the chairperson of the Black Management Forum. But let me add that he's a founder and the managing director of Wellness Metrics Company. He's also the as mentioned, the current chairperson of Black Management Forum, Limpopo Province. He's an entrepreneur with an experience that spans over 12 years with interests in employee health and wellness, constructions, investment, and community facilitation. He serves in several boards as both a non-executive and the executive director. He holds several qualifications, including Master of Public Management from the University of Venda and Master of Business Administration from the Teflop Graduate School of Leadership. Let's clap hands for that. This is our qualification, Pela. He is currently studying towards a qualification in investment management with the University of Cape Town. Ke bolela ka manna, a ke bolele ka DJ Fresh. Ke bolela ka Mr. Mpomutse. Let us shower him with a love. You can do better. Yeah. Aye, aye. Yes. We are proud of you, our chairperson.
Now, this stage is meant for people who must present. Where am I going to put my stuff now? All right, let's see where am I going to put them. I'm going to put them here. Let's see whether my brain can work. Good morning, colleagues. So there's a protocol in the BMF when you greet. We start by saying VC of the university, Mr. Mokhalo, in his absentia. Thank you very much for allowing us to be here. Prof. Mukwena, thank you very much. The Dean of the school, Prof. Sibanda, and I think Prof. Sitati, the one who invited me to be here. Thank you very much. And all protocol observed. So, colleagues, I was invited to come here with a topic that they gave us. And I checked it, and I saw it was relevant to what we're supposed to talk about, but mainly for what Black Management Forum is about. So, the lovely lady who was here, she thought I'm going to leave it like that, was my lecturer of leadership. You can't sleep in her class. And she always has a way of making people feel good about themselves. She'll tell you you are handsome even if you are ugly. You'll think you are slender even if you are big. Eh? She's got a way on how to make people feel good about themselves. But I like her so much and the work that you have done for me. I mean, really, for your class is one of those lessons that even today I'm still applying them in my career. There's another lady that I like so much. I don't know whether I can see her here, called Me Rachidi, Professor Rachidi. She was also my mentor. So let me just tell you, colleagues, they tend to become my parents. I got in there as a student, but they turned and they became my parent, and we kept the relationship from there until now. And there's no way that I'm going to leave Teflop, even if I'm trying to go to Cape Town. Bara, you must do your PhD here. You know, they normally say to us, hey, these are black universities, and somehow you want to have a white university or a balance. Mara Prof, man. Hey, I think I'm going to have my PhD here. I've resoluted. I'm going to have my PhD here. My title can't be messed up forever. It must change. Colleagues, I am here with my colleagues from the BMF. The guy with the lovely suit there is the guy who's got the money. He's the treasurer of the province. In the breakaways, Prof, a lot of your students were coming to me looking for work. You were coming to the wrong person. Today I brought you the right person. This is the guy who must find you work. He's the one who knows all the companies in Limpopo. He's the one who's got a checkbook. He's got a signature. I am just asking from him whatever it is that we need. And we are here with Ms. Dikoti as well. His name is Mr. Tlasi Khopa. And then we are here with Ms. Dikoti, is the one who's managing the province as a whole, but also in the national office, she's the one who's the acting director in thought leadership. So colleagues, as I've done my greetings, I think let's get to it. So they taught us, Prof, when we were doing MBA, and one of the reasons that they taught us was the fact that we need to know how to analyze case studies. Hey, I tried, in the beginning we were struggling, man, with these case studies. I remember first classes when we had, and I thought, hey, Mare, wait, these case studies, can't they end, man? Can't they? You get it until the first lesson until the end is case studies, because they will tell you you must apply. But I had to love them as I move. I'll tell you the reason why. Because case studies are real life problems. Now, that gives me and brings me to the aspect that whatever talk that we are going to have today, we are going to use a case study. So today we are going to talk about a lady called Mary T. Barra. When you've got your phone, you can Google her. So apparently, when you read the literature, they are saying about this lady, she was the first person, the first female to become the CEO of GM company, which is a motor company. And she started working from that company when she was 18. So when she was 18, they're saying she was working at GM, and she was working on the assembly line. She started from the bottom. But wait a minute. Let's not go very far. Why was she working at 18? Maybe let me reverse a bit again. She's the first female who became the CEO of GM. She started working when she was 18 years. And working on the assembly line from the bottom line, from the bottom level. Today, when we are sitting here, there are a lot of graduates who are sitting here who do not know when they move here by a guy. What makes her different, Lerona? What is the difference? But this is the case study yako US. I apply more. It's a case study yako US. It's not applicable to us. But GM, there was a time where this company it went under and it was rescued by the government of the US. And the government of the US took this company and became the major shareholder of that particular company. I hope you are following the story. Here's a case study. Pause it there. In the days that we are living in, most South Africa, how many women are given an opportunity to become CEOs? How many women who are given opportunity to take the position of leadership? In the days that we are living in, rona re le basadi re pushalana ko tlase, pull down syndrome. After 1994, there were a lot of women who were given an opportunity to get into the position of leadership. But babam babonas naba fetso tsena, they kicked the ladder. A go sa kgonahala gore basadi ba tsene. And babam babona ba re ha ba setse ba tsene in those positions, rona re leng banna, we are making sure gore they don't progress. But it's a case study ya ko US. It's a US case study. I want us to link it. For the economy of the US to grow, it depended on the entrepreneurs. And the government of the US is very supportive on the entrepreneurs that go US. Which is the story that is very different in South Africa. Today, when you're telling your parents and say, I'm going to become an entrepreneur, again, they don't understand what you're talking about. Because where are you going to work? But when this case study tells us, Mary went to this company, GM, worked there when she was 18. But as she was working, she was also going to school to the GM Institute. She went to the GM Institute as she was busy working as the assembly line. From there, she was able to attain a degree in electrical engineering. She went on and get her MBA. She went on and become the CEO of the company. But it did not end there. She also went on to become one of the individual shareholders of GM. But I want us to see something that is very crucial here. For Mary to end up becoming the CEO of that particular company, it was not by chance. It was by design. It means it was very specific and very clear by the time when Mary was 18, that Mary, when you come to this company, we are putting you here with the mentality that at the end of the day you are going to take over. The question for us is one, Prof. Are we becoming deliberate in what we are doing? Are we having programs that are very deliberate in terms of whether they are going to take our people from here to the next point? I remember when we were studying marketing, they would say to us, it is by design, not by chance. I remember Prof. Musandiwa would say to us, Prof, when you get to Woolworths, what is the first thing you see? And I remember we were scratching our heads. And then we said the first thing we see is flowers. But when you get to Woolworths, the first thing you see is flowers. I get when you get to the food side. He says, okay, you see the flowers. Yes. He says, what does it mean? He says, no, but it's just flowers decorating, making it look nice. He says, no. It's to play with your mind, make you already think, or the food that is here is fresh. So already, automatically, when you get to Woolies, that is why people who shop in Woolies, have you seen them? Ogaraba shop ako America. I don't know whether you have realized the people who shop in Woolies. Banale that thing yela lawa carry those black bags. Or I ogaraba tshwanele rona ba shop right so. But it is by design that they make you pump, they pump you, that you must keep on coming back. Now they were saying to us, I remember, what do you see? You see the flowers. The flowers are making you to think everything here, which is here, it cannot be expired. It's very fresh. That's the first thing. And he said, what is the aisle that you are facing when you get in? He says, there's no way when you get into Woolworths, you will turn to the right. All right, I'm playing with your mind now. Tena, come, think. It's designed, Pella, that thing. When you get to Woolies, what is the first thing you see? It's flowers. After flowers, then what do you see? Which shelf are you facing? The fruits. Again, perishables. There's no way that when you get to Woolies, you'll turn to the right. There's no way. You need to go to the perishables because you must buy that first. It is by design. Now, what am I saying is to say, when Mary was being taken to this company of GM, it was by design for Mary that she's going to take over one day. But today, our students are going to school. They don't know what will be the end results. It is why our unemployment rate is so high. The question is the market ready for our people? That is the reason why we want to partner with the university. For the issue of the market. That we need to prepare the market, that the market must be ready, and the university must produce the people who are relevant for the market. It must not just be output. When it gets out there, no one wants it. You produce an Apple phone today, everybody else. If Prof, you can say, one of the gifts for people who have won today is an iPhone 16. You'll see miracles. You're already going to see complaint before you even issue. Because of the demand. Now, this lady called Mary had to go through training, which is what we're doing here. The purpose of institutions of higher learning is to make sure that they equip us to be ready. The whole purpose of the BMF is to make sure that we develop leaders. And how we develop leaders is to make sure that we keep you into training through and through. You can't produce a black excellent leader who does not read, Prof. You can't. We're having leadership crisis in this country because majority of them undermined what school is. And sometimes I know the university goes to them and say, let's assist you. Ababatli. They are not even willing. But that's the whole purpose why the Black Management Forum is here. To get in between. That all these theses and dissertations that we've had throughout the week, they might see the light of the day. Colleagues, we are finding ourselves in a situation where it's 30 years down the line of our democracy, right? And this is what they say. the other organizations. It's now enough. We have redressed already. Let's go back to normality. Let's come to the equal footing. The question is one, have we addressed all the inequalities? No. We find ourselves with AfriForum, Solidarity, Sekeliga, that says we don't want the triple BEE anymore. What was the whole purpose of triple BEE, colleagues? And I know the oldies who are here are the ones who understand why we're supposed to have the triple BEE. Because they lived in the time of apartheid. There was a time, colleagues, where your education during apartheid, you could not study what you are studying now. You were given inferior education, and it was deliberate. At that time, if you remember, Prof, there was no one who was called a manager. You couldn't be called a manager or lead a CEO or become a CEO of any other company. We've come a long way. And part of it, to make sure we keep it there, was to make sure we introduce triple BEE, and we also introduce the Employment Equity Act. To say, let's redress the past mistakes that the apartheid has done for us, so that we can be able to put our people in equal footing. That women must get fair chances. But at the same time, our very own people can be able to be owners of production of issues related to owning their own businesses. But you know what these organizations fight? They're saying, no. This triple BEE that you are talking about is only for the elite and the politically connected people. They are the ones who are becoming richer, and we are not. Now the question is one. Who owns the means of production in South Africa? Who owns the means of production in South Africa, colleagues? Prof, they are building a university. Their own university. But we are not building our own university. Prof, they've got a place somewhere in Cape Town that they're saying they want to make it their own state. But it's funny, let me ask, the question is one, Prof. Why do you keep on following them around? Risa bana ba rona ko baleng ko teng ko dikolong. You find a person is a teacher in this school, but takes the child outside the school, sa teacher mo sona. Na kwa ngoka se mo blame. But you know why we follow them around? They've got the means of production. Who has the money today? Ke ma tshwereng tšhelete today. We were talking with Prof and we said next year is going to be a different story altogether. We'll call companies to come here, display, and we said we're not going to present to ourselves, but we're going to present to people of other companies who are going to be sitting here, who can make decisions now and then and say, I want 10 people to come and become, maybe for instance, to come and do internship in my company, whatever, and they can be hired there and there. We would want them to come here to spend a week with us. But check, the people that we are saying we are going to call them next year when we are turning 10 and we are celebrating, or check which companies are those. The people that we are going to call here, you must check who are those companies, who are the owners of those companies. What am I saying? Am I saying we must fight with them? No. That is why Nelson Mandela was very smart enough. And he said, no. You can have political power. If you don't have economic power, you are very useless. But that does not mean, now we must sit on the corner and not do anything. Because we won't be able to do what happened to Mary and make it very deliberate. Our people must be very designed that immediately when they get in here, they will get in with the purpose that they will be able to be CEOs. Because they can't be CEOs of other people's companies. They must be CEOs of our own very companies. We need black people who are sitting here to own companies, Prof. We want black entrepreneurs who are going to own corporations. We want black people who are sitting here to be the ones that are going to be hiring their friends who are closer to them. We tried to, there was one Dr. Sam Mutswenyane who tried to open the bank, who's the founder of African Bank. He fought his life, that man, to have a commercial bank. He tried everything in his power until to a point he could not. Today, African Bank is owned 50% by South African Reserve Bank, right? 25% by government pension fund. It means I'm about to conclude. Now it says the other 25% is owned by a consortium. Listen to this. It's owned by a consortium of 5 banks. Here's the breakdown of those 5 banks. Capitec is owning 1%. Nedbank is owning 2%. First Rent is owning 7%. Investec also own the shares. So the banks, the big banks are owning the bank of a black man who left it. But here's the opportunity. We can form a consortium today and take the 50% of South African Reserve Bank. Do you hear me, colleagues? We can form a consortium today, go to South African Reserve Bank and say, we want to buy your stake. When you are a regulator, get out of owning. It was great you saved the bank, but we can own this bank and own 50% of it. And do you know what's going to happen with it? Majority of our companies, black companies, will be able to get funding with the interest rates that are very reasonable enough. Someone said to me the other day, there's a guy who's a property developer. There are two, they are partners. They want to develop a mall. They decide, the other one is white, the other one is black. They decide to go to the same bank to look for funding. When they get to the bank looking for funding, the black guy is giving more interest on the loan. The white one is giving low interest. I am saying, colleagues, as a way of challenging you sitting here, that as much as we are sitting here and thinking we need to be able to only focus on our studies, but there are opportunities out there that are waiting for us to grab them. Let's find a way, Prof, to make sure that that 50% must be owned by us. It might not be you directly, But we want that bank, African bank. We can't let Dr. Sam just go like that and we don't do anything about it. Colleagues, it must be very deliberate from where we're sitting that we must be able to own our own corporations. With our own corporations, then we can put our own laws. We can only train our own people for them to be able to move. Like Bomeri, start at 18, get into the workplace, study something that is relevant to the workplace, get their masters while they are inside, until they become CEOs. And after becoming CEOs, they now own the company. It is possible. Thank you very much.
Don't go and occupy your seat. Not yet. You can just actually stand next to me here. And utilizing the powers given by Prof. Sitati to me, I would want 2 mics. Where are the 2 mics? Ramakwakwa, the mics? So that we could perhaps have 3 minutes or so, but it won't be more than 5 minutes, and engage with the chairperson of BMF. It's always great that you observe your own product, even if you have not contributed in one module, but the administration was happening under your nose, speaking the manner in which you spoke. I normally don't prefer to rephrase, particularly from guest speakers, because you don't want to distort the message. But I took note of the challenges that you put on us in the room and the participants and attendees online. The mics are ready. May you take one to Professor Rafapa, and may I be led by a show of hands. I see my beautiful student behind Prof. Rafapa. Any other hand, just for comments or just a question, 1 or 2? There's quite a lot that has been raised here, and also reiterating the fact that learning does not stop. We need to grow in different ways. Right, Prof. Rafapa, 1 minute.
Thank you, Professor. Our dear guest speaker, I rise not to pose a question, but to appreciate your keynote. Mine is just a comment. You know, on a lighter note, when I heard that you came from the BMF with the 2 executive committee members, I corruptly thought, these are the people who will give my son and daughter a job. Because it's fashionable sort of to be corrupt these days. Well, my firstborn did BCom with UJ, economics, and did an honors in investment. My last born is a CA, so I thought, oh, these are the right people. But more importantly, I appreciate that you emphasized the necessity of the continued existence of formations like the BMF to take the baton from our stalwarts like Dr. Mutsuenyane, who grappled and confronted frontally Bruder-Bond attitudes in the business world of the past. We know how they thwarted opportunity for our graduates, especially in jobs reserved for whites, including those from management, like it's your discipline. This is all I wanted to say. We need you. Your role is more needed than before because we continue to live in neo-colonial circumstances. If you can just peep into what is happening in SAICA, what is happening when our students, especially in conservative varsities like Rose and others, how they try to break them before they graduate so they may not be CAs, and how they continue when they do internship and others to try and break them. You know, on a sad note, we buried a daughter of a colleague, a professor at TEFLUOP, who was a CA and was doing, is it internship or whatever. Our black daughters are called to work when they're off sick. So she complicated, collapsed. When the aunt returned in Joburg where she was squatting, they tried to take her to hospital and she couldn't be resuscitated. Job-related stress, but it's a genocidal system wanting to reserve jobs.
Thank you, Prof.
Under our nose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Can you just give oh yeah, go ahead, my sister.
Yeah, okay, no. I'm done actually, I was not interrupted, so let her go ahead.
Go ahead, my dearest student.
Okay, good morning. My name is Naledi. You were talking about 50% in the Reserve Bank belongs to us, black community. How, or what can you say in the saga, VBS Bank, how do we restore trust and hope to black communities that it won't happen again, and indeed, we will own that 50%. Thank you.
I think let's start by differentiating things. Ne? Because I know people get sensational ka VBS, generally. And it's because we don't know the real story of VBS. And maybe some of us are closer to it, we know it. But the issue is that you must differentiate between thugs. You must differentiate between thugs, corrupt people, people who are unethical, who happens to be studied and become chartered accountants, with people who are ethical. So in VBS, what happens there is just people who are you and I, who decided to become nasty. And that does not paint us all who are black the same. There are black people who are ethical. That is why we are a Black Management Forum. We are an ethical organization, professional organization. We don't believe in corruption. We believe that you can still be able to attain whatever you attain, and you can get it legally. So it means the VBS out of the window are individuals who just decided to destroy something beautiful that they had. And for that matter, they will be punished, and the law is taking its course, and the wheel is turning on them. So when it comes to this one, the opportunity is still there. I'm not saying this because I'm thumb-sucking it. Ne? We are not thumb-sucking in the BMF. We have approached the South African Reserve Bank already. The ground is not going to be easy, but it's possible. There are people who are talking on the corridors, but I'm saying that 50% is for us to grab it. It's like when you're going to write exam and they're saying, we are giving you 100 marks. It's up to you whether you want to take the whole 100 or you want to take your 60. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Oh, okay. The three, four, one. Okay, let's do this. Don't take long. I'm left with 2 minutes. I won't go beyond the 2 minutes. Shoot straight to your point.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, leadership. My name is Izzy Malaji, and I'm a first-year law student at the University of Limpopo. As I observed what you were talking about, I couldn't help but construct this question down for you. So here is my question. There are some challenges that come with the black leadership of this corporation, one being the recent VBS looting scandal. How do the heads of these corporations fix these issues? Thank you.
Thank you. The next one. Who's having the mic? Go ahead.
Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Mary. I'm also a first level student from the School of Law. So since you said that we as the blacks are busy following those other people who have the means of production around, and also we have to improve as the black community, how do you as the BMF collaborate with universities to ensure that students are well trained for the future career fields? And also, what challenges do you face when you are collaborating with universities?
Thank you. Next one, the third one.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
A question?
My name is Prince Mudiga. I have two questions. My first question is that, what is your take regarding the matter that the institutions of higher learning actually produce more than the labor market can handle? And, okay. Secondly, I just want to understand, since I'm advocating for persons living with disabilities, to say, what is it that you can do, or what is it that you can advise persons living with disabilities regarding approaches to different markets, as well as establishing their own companies? Because in most cases, they find people living with disabilities as liabilities, since they require a lot of things, such as different and special materials, which are expensive for most of the companies. So what is your advice, and what's your take regarding my two questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's do this. Let's close it here. During lunch and tea break, you'll be able to interact with the three members, if you don't mind. Or I should take one.
Okay, my last question is based
Okay, I'm told you are having a pending question for the whole group.
Yeah, okay. My question is based on what you were saying. So you said that women are not having fair chance like blacks. So how do you think that will be broken down, and that blacks will have fair share as whites, and as we already have economic power, how long do you think, so already have political power, how long do you think we'll have the same share as economic powers as black people and women as a rule?
Thank you. I've already laid out the ground rules. You may take them. You want me to remind you, or you'll just look at the notes?
I won't see your handwriting.
Okay.
But it's
Problem
fine.
with leaders, VBS, but we dealt with that.
Yeah, I think the VBS, I've dealt with it.
Collaboration with universities, and what are the challenges?
Okay, look, the collaborations with the universities, I think we have already started it with the University of Limpopo. So normally with the BMF, we collaborate with different universities, and we form the MOUs with them on the strategic level. That's where we start coming in, so that we can start introducing our programs, and we can assist each other in terms of shaping professionals going out there. But we also have student chapters in different universities. That's where we start building managers from that level. So would encourage you who are here to look for student chapter. We already elected even the new one, the new leadership now, that you guys must be able to become part of them. You'll see them when they go to meetings, they wear suits, because we help them practice now to become CEOs. That by the time they reach there, they should automatically look like CEOs. So
the next one, it seems universities do produce more than what the labor can take.
yeah. You know, this one is a very complex one, right? I think you must create a seminar for me alone. Because I was looking at the timer, they timed me 15 minutes here. So then I was quickly going there. But look, very quickly, Anna, you said the question is what?
Universities seems to produce.
Oh yes. more than
what
the
the
labor market
can
ones. Yeah.
absorb.
So the problem about it is I'm going to answer it in different formats, this one, because it has different frames with it. And if I'm not done with it, then we can talk afterwards. Maybe I'll answer it in this way. If you check, there was another guy who's a political guy who once went to a certain podcast and he said, there was a time where Wits Law School produced more of the graduates, and they had to suspend the dean at that particular time. I don't know whether you once had something like that. You had, ne? I'm not going to mention the names. But they produce more than they can, and the problem was that the people who are funding them were saying they can't find the Wits law students lingering around without employment. So it means what they simply saying, it means the people who've got the means of power and production are telling them to say we can only absorb 20 per year in different law firms. And they must go to specific law firms, right? Now, what that means is that the people who've got money decide to say how many people are supposed to be produced and when are you supposed to graduate and when are you supposed to come out. Now, it's different with our university. That is why I love it so much, this one, because it's very independent. So we are allowing that every other child who's from the disadvantaged families can get an opportunity to study into this particular university and also graduate in this record time without us listening to what the market is telling us, because somehow they're funding us.
Yeah. The second from last, assistance in terms of persons with disabilities.
We normally assist, we are applying the Employment Equity Act with us. For us, we follow the law. There is no discrimination whether you are disabled or not, but we also understand the needs that comes with it. We don't take them as a burden. That is why we say maybe after this talk we can be able to talk on the side and you'll be able to be specific with us what is it exactly that you want and we can assist you.
You have a few seconds left. It's women fair chance compared to black.
Yeah, so women have always been at the bottom level of the food chain for the longest time. So for that matter, that is why there is Employment Equity Act. I'm saying this because there's also a, what do you call this? There's someone who did the dissertation about Employment Equity Act. And I was looking forward, I think, is it Mojapelo, if I'm not mistaken? Yeah, something reminded about hindrance and about Employment Equity Act and equalities and all that. So we're always going to start favoring women first before men because they've always been discriminated against as compared to men. So we always, until we come to the level where we're now going to be able to see them thriving at the level where we are, then we can be able to say now is enough. We can now be able to put it on the level where everybody else can compete fairly. But for now, according to the Employment Equity Act, when you are applying being two, you are a male and is a female, and you are both good, we are giving the woman an opportunity because it's a previously disadvantaged person.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mutsei. And let's give him a better round of applause. Don't go. Don't go. May I now actually request to render the last item here, Prof. Masuku, Prof. Throughthe, Prof. Mongale. Can you do the honorable things, please? I never noticed that Mr. Mutsei is taller than me. Always when I get to the mic, I had to adjust it, but it's okay. Where's the cameraman? Get closer to the, yeah. But don't come. Yeah. Go closer to the resource person. Yeah. Go first. Go. I think with the kind of the relationship, Prof. Mogale, I have not released you. Respect. I think it's proper as well to also appreciate where the past stays so that we do not come across of problems. And his presence here. Mr. Tlasi, Hopper, please join me on the stage. Professor Tate, move a bit. I don't want them to cut you. Go move a bit that side. Yeah. Good. Mema Samula, Dikoti, please join us. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, professors, for executing the task. It's always good to direct professors what to do. Let's move to the sessions where now we'll listen to the papers that are scheduled for the day. And I will not actually repeat what Prof. Sitati said. You'll just bear with us. Let's take perhaps a couple of them and invite the session chair for session number 5, Mr. Lepiana from the School of Accountancy. And but let me allow you to come like that. I thought you'll be like me. But because you are part of the team that is working, you may come and direct us. If you come and direct us, you must put on a jacket. Okay, the second one who will take the session 6 is Dr. Mukwili. I'm not seeing Dr. Mukwili, yeah, okay, I'll check. Perhaps he's still on his way. So please, I'm handing over the proceedings to you. I will come back when I'm introducing session 6 chair, since I'm not seeing Dr. Mukwili here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, is it a good morning? Okay. The way it sounds like everyone is still asleep. I think maybe we need to come, Prof. Kanjere, if you can come and make us sing again. Okay, let's try it again. Good morning, ladies and gents. Great, that's the energy. I think after the speech that was given by our guest speaker, Mr. Motsei, it's very it shows that it's going to be a very good session that we're going to have. We are going to start firstly with 2 doctoral candidates. So we're starting with a bang, right? I'm still wondering, they said that, what anthropies? Does anyone know what anthropies are? I mean, Kekule Baro offered anthropies. But it's okay, I'll go to him and ask what are those. His profile alone was an abstract. He spoke about jobs and entrepreneurship, and I think we also heard yesterday, like there was also mentioning about entrepreneurship and all of that by Prof. Sekwe. Leaders, I just want to say that from the presentations that we are getting, we are in line with our motto, which is to find solutions for Africa, right? And in actual fact, we are part of the solution, and I think it's very great to see that. We are going to have a presenter from China. Okay, we're going to have a presenter, a person that's going to present from China, so that shows that we are doing very great as a university. Like if someone can present for us while they're in China, that means that we are greatly achieving. I think I just wanted to say something before we get to the presenter. Is the presenter already online? They're online. Okay, great. Every time when I'm wearing something that has a UL logo, I just look at myself in the mirror and I'm like, yo, today I look very good, eh? Like there's something about the UL logo, like it just makes you feel like you can actually walk on water. Right? It's just proper. I don't know, maybe whether it's because of, right? Yeah, so ladies and gents, none of you should ever feel that you perhaps did the wrong thing by choosing to be here. This is a great institution, so we have to be proud of ourselves. Let's move right along to our first speaker. Our first speaker for the day is going to be Maitisa T, a doctoral student, like I had mentioned. Maitisa, can you hear us? Maitisa, are you with us? No, it's not Maitisa, that's Gillian. But you can clap for her still. Okay, so we need to go to a different program. Okay. That is very interesting because actually, like, we need to go to it's the online one. Yeah. Yes. Let's go to online.
I proceed?
Hello?
Yes, should I proceed? I can hear you.
Yes, you can share your slides.
Can you please show slide on your side? I've sent the slides. We are still on slide number 1, the cover of the presentation. Are you able to share that?
Just a moment, we're still opening them.
Please tell me when you're done opening them. Okay, thank you very much. I'm proceeding. We are still on the cover page, which is the first page of this presentation. So as I was saying, this presentation or this paper originates from the first objective of the paper, of which is my PhD paper, which is to analyze the relationship between human capital, governance, infrastructure within the FDI total factor productivity nexus, and the second objective, which is to forecast the total factor productivity of shocks emanating from FDI, and also to assess the relevance of the moderating effects of human capital infrastructure and governance. And before I proceed, I'm still on the cover page. And before I proceed, I would like to give special thanks and gratitude to my supervisors for their support throughout the work, and also allow me a chance to also highlight that this work do align with the theme of this research conference around the SDG, and do align with the the African agenda and the motto of the University of Limpopo, which is finding solutions for Africa. And I will illustrate that during the presentation. Can you please go to the second slide? Okay, thank you very much. So basically, to give the background and how does this research do find solutions for Africa? As you might know, if you're coming from the commerce or the economics field, FDI has been increasing since the early 1990s, and Africa was not spared from that. Africa in general is now having the FDI inflows of 48 billion by 2023, and this accounts for 3.5% of the global GDP. And many economists, did some empirical research around the topic, and that is mainly because FDI is seen to be having some economic benefits or economic development benefits to countries, receiving countries, mainly because it does increase the domestic capital. And in terms of the African countries, we do suffer a lot. By having a low savings rate, FDI is seen to be creating jobs to host nations. It does increase the income and technology, placing local investment, depleting foreign reserves, and also failing to enhance total factor productivity. So why do we then include human capital, infrastructure, and governance in this relationship? This is because the research is now converging towards the evidence that the relationship between FDI and total factor productivity is not linear, and it does depend on the local conditions. And research that I've highlighted, such as Garubi and Gaburu, have confirmed that the relationship in the developing countries mainly depend on the enabling environment. And someone might ask, why are you then considering total factor productivity instead of economic growth? This is because research do outline that total factor productivity or outshine other inputs contribution to growth, irrespective of the kind of the production function that is employed. And the other thing is that total factor productivity offers clarification on how the development gaps between developed and developed countries could converge. And researchers such as Israel and Levin do indicate that, for example, Nigeria is way less than US in terms of productivity. In that US is 40% higher than the Nigeria. So to close that gap, African countries do need to increase their productivity. Can you please go to the next slide? Next slide, please. Next slide on the literature. Okay, as you're going through the next slide, here I've indicated actually four, research themes that I've looked at. The first theme being the studies that looked at FDI, total factor productivity, studies, and that include Malikani and Chitambari, for example, that shows that there's a positive association between FDI and total factor productivity. And other studies within Africa did look at women capital. For example, I will give off Ngepa and Gudu that do highlight that for this relationship to suffice or to give a positive relationship, we do need some certain level of threshold of women capital. And studies such as Saidi, for example, do highlight that developing countries need to develop infrastructure before they can focus on attracting FDI. And studies also do look at the infrastructure. For example, Rayman and Islam also looked at infrastructure and do determine that there's some positive linkages between FDI and total factor productivity, given that the infrastructure of the country do meet some certain level. However, from this literature review, I have identified some gaps in that all these variables, no study do take them into account holistically. Some studies do employ them, but however the way they used the index don't employ all these three variables that do constitute the enabling environment holistically. Can you please go to the next slide? Okay, from data and methodology, starting with data. The main sources of data is Penn World table and the World Bank's World Development Indicators. And this study mainly focus on PIVA model, which is basically an extension of the standard VAR model that was employed by SIM in 1989. However, in this case, we do expand this model based on Obrego and Love 2016 framework, which will enable us to make the FEVD and the impulse response. Apologies. Can you please go to the next slide? Okay, on the results, mainly I will focus on the results that I highlighted in yellow, which basically represents the results that are actually showing the significant relationship. From these results, we can take away that, there's a positive relationship between FDI and total productivity, which entails that, a 1% increase in FDI will increase total factor productivity by 0.02%. However, we do see something that, we do not expect, in
Mr.
which
Maitisa, your time is up. I'll need to stop you.
1% improvement in government do decrease, TFP by 0.0009%. And what this implies is that, government issues, do impede productivity growth in African countries, meaning, governments or governance or institutions, do play, a very big role for FDI to affect total factor productivity in African countries. Please go to the next slide. Next slide, please. So the next slide, as it is appearing on my side, basically reflect, the PIVA Granga causality test results. And, these results do show that FDI does not Granga cause FDI. However, we do see the significance of governance, as I highlighted in the previous slide. In these results, we do see that governance shows a weak predictive effect on total factor productivity. And what this then tells us, this basically implies that governance speech could basically foster productivity. And also, this suggests
Mr. Maitisa,
that,
we need to stop
while
you.
FDI alone
Maitisa.
may not suffice, governance reforms is very crucial.
Okay, we need to
Next
stop
slide,
you.
please.
Mr. Maitisa, we need to stop you. We need to take questions. Can you hear me? Mr. Maitisa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, we need to take questions. I'm going to request for 2 questions. You are only left with 2 minutes for us to take questions. Are there any questions for Mr. Maitisa? You won't have to come to the front if you have a question. So there's no need to be shy. Any questions? Going once? Going twice? Thank you very much, Mr. Maitisa, for your presentation. We are going to move to the next one.
Okay, thank you very much. However, I would have really appreciated, the comments and inputs from, the colleagues on the stage. However, thank you very much, and thank you.
Well understood, and thank you very much. And can we go to our next speaker, Mr. Pasha? He's also joining us from online. Mr. Pasha, would you be able to present from your side? There we go. Mr. Pasha, are you ready to present?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, you have got 10 minutes to present, and 5 minutes will be allocated to questions. And your 10 minutes starts now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Prof, Program Director, Prof. Koma, Prof. Mokwena, my supervisor, Prof. Nkwana, and fellow students, chairperson of the session. My name is Pashadi Lekane. I'm going to present the paper based on my PhD study, a sustainable framework to manage the environmental effects of illegal artisanal mining in the Limpopo province of South Africa. Hope is visible as I go to the next slide.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm trying to go to the next slide. If you can. If you can show the slides from that side, it would be better. If you can, if it's possible, as I proceed. Like I've introduced myself, I'm a PhD student from the University of Limpopo. I'm encouraged to present this study based on my PhD proposal, which is not yet complete. Can colleagues assist to share from that side? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. However, we do not have your slides at the moment. Would it be possible for us to come back to you? Then we'll take another presenter for now. And once we have your slides, then you can then present. Is that okay with you?
Okay, it's fine.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's okay.
Thank you very much. They're in order here.
They're not in order. They're not numbered. What is what? But I don't know what about.
Okay, can I list them? That's okay.
No, list. All right.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, while we're still waiting to fix the issues with the presentation, can we have Masinya MS? Masinya? Okay, Masinya is a master's student, and I'm just going to start presenting the slides. You can clap for her once again as she climbs the stage. Okay, you'll have 10 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for questions. That's right. Just this two. We're ready.
A wise man once said, and I quote, "The greatest wealth is health." My sincere greetings to you, everyone. Gracing to the podium is Masinya Sharon, a master's student, Masters of Public Administration and Management. I'm here to present to you my paper, an evaluation of factors affecting health service delivery in public hospitals, Limpopo Province. Moving to my introduction and background. This study was embarked upon the dire need to assess factors affecting health service delivery in public hospitals within the Limpopo Province. My motivation of my study stemmed from the personal experiences witnessing patients and healthcare workers struggling in under-resourced and overcrowded facilities, highlighting the need for improvement.
So the South African Constitution guarantees each and every citizen the right to access quality healthcare services according to Section 27, subsection 1A. This fundamental human right places a responsibility on the government to provide each and every citizen with access to quality healthcare services. So to achieve this constitutional right, the government has adopted the Batho-Pele principles. So the aim of the Batho-Pele principles is to promote health service delivery that is responsive, efficient, and effective. This study is grounded in the durability and quality of care theory, which helps inform us to improve healthcare quality. It consists of 3 components: the structure, process, and outcome. This study employs a descriptive research design approach utilizing a mixed method, which includes both qualitative and quantitative methodologies. Moving to the problem statement. The study was embarked upon based on the fact that the public healthcare system in Limpopo province is facing critical crisis characterized by inadequate infrastructure, inefficient system, and lack of resources. So inadequate infrastructure, it includes poor building hospitals that lead to poor healthcare service deliveries. Inefficient systems is about lack of technology integration that leads to errors in patient care services. Lack of resources, it includes lack of funding to be able to cater for the medical equipment in public hospitals. Moving to the research aim and objectives, I'll just read my research aim. The aim of this study is to evaluate the challenges faced by South African public hospitals in providing efficient and effective services and propose strategies that the public hospitals can employ to enhance service provision. My research objectives, I will explain them further in my literature review. My research questions, they are the same as research objectives. I just turn them into questions. Moving to literature review, under the legislative framework, the researchers chose the Patients' Rights Charter and the National Health Act number 61 of 2003. The reason I chose this legislative framework is to be able to differentiate the gap between the policy intentions and the actual practices. The Patients' Rights Charter, it defines the patient's right and the healthcare responsibilities. I'll mention a few patients' rights: right to access health quality services, right to participate in public decision making, and right to confidentiality. When it comes to the healthcare workers' responsibility, they are supposed to ensure that patients are treated with optimal care and also ensure that they are respected. Moving to the durability and quality of care theory, it consists of 3 components: the structure, the process, and the outcome. The structure is normally the physical organization on which the care was being delivered. The process is about the interaction between the patients and the healthcare workers. The outcome is normally about about measuring patients' experiences and patient satisfaction. Moving to the empirical literature review. Under my empirical literature review, I'll be taking you through my findings. Bear in mind that this is an ongoing study, so these are my my preliminary findings. So under the implementation of the Batho-Pele principle, I will be discussing the access principle. In public hospitals, there was inadequate access to public healthcare services. For example, patients who stay in rural places, they had to travel almost 80 kilometers for them to get access to emergency care, which is not fair on them, because those who were able to access private hospitals, they were able to pay for them, but those who were not able to access private hospitals, they were only limited to public hospitals, which this brings us to a notion that access to quality healthcare services is a privilege rather than a fundamental human right. So moving to the second objective, evaluating service delivery plans. For example, the MECs and the ministers, they visit public hospitals to do performance monitoring. But the problem is that they do inconsistent monitoring, and this leads to a culture of complacency among healthcare workers, because when the healthcare workers are not under scrutiny, they tend to relax and not perform all their responsibilities. So this inconsistency leads to poor service delivery. Moving to my third objective, challenges faced by patients. Patients in public hospitals, they faced challenges such as poor communication. For example, some of them were not able to understand the medical terminologies due to language barriers. For example, some of the patients were not able to understand the post-discharge instructions. And also there was lack of empathy. The healthcare workers, most of them used to shout at patients, making them feel disrespected and humiliated. Moving to the last objective, the factors contributing to poor service provision. For example, the outdated and unreliable ICT infrastructures, it hampers efficient service delivery. For example, most of the workers in public hospitals, they are not familiar with telemedicine's infrastructure. They are not using electronic filing system, which hinders service delivery because they opt for manual filing system, which sometimes get lost. And when they get lost, for example, the doctors cannot access the medical history of patients, which makes it difficult for them to improve the quality care of patients. Regarding the inadequate funding, in public hospitals, there were lack of medical equipment. For example, in public hospitals, sometimes we find that there were no antibiotics, so the doctors had to prescribe alternative prescription treatment. Regarding to poor management, most of the healthcare workers in public hospitals, they were not trained to use telemedicine infrastructures. My research methodology, as I've explained it in my introduction, I'll go to the conclusion. Based on the findings of the study, the research has determined that there is lack of inadequate infrastructure faced with inadequate infrastructure, inefficient system, and insufficient resources compounded by poor management. So the study recommends that the Department of Health implements national health insurance to provide a comprehensive access to care for each and every citizen. This will ensure that each and every citizen has the right to access quality healthcare services regardless of their financial situation or background. They must also invest in upgrading and maintaining adequate infrastructure. They must adopt effective management. For example, this thing of MECs and ministers going to public hospitals infrequently, so it's not good. They should do it more often, maybe at least 3 times a week, not just once in 3 months. Moving to my conclusion, if the Department of Health invest in implementing these solutions, they'll be able to improve the quality healthcare services of citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Can we please give Ms. Masenya a round of applause once again? Okay, leaders, do we have questions for Ms. Masenya? Oh, 16. Okay. Oh, that's a lot. Okay, we'll have one, and then let's start right there at the back first. Madam.
Greeting everyone. My name is Koza Cheska. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My question to you is, how do you plan to measure the impact of these solutions of the patient care, healthy care workers, workload, and overall healthy care experience in public hospitals? Thank you.
Greetings. Speaking is William Mukhawa. Presenter, I want to understand what role do you think government and healthcare establishment should play in addressing the systematic issues you have identified? And again, how can they be held accountable for improving healthcare service delivery? Thank you.
Okay, leaders, just for now, we're going to request for her to answer, and then we'll come to the second round.
Okay, moving to the last question. The government and the healthcare should prioritize improving budget allocation, and also they should invest in staff training. So to ensure accountability, I think the government should, as I said in my presentation, that this inconsistent monitoring of performance, it makes the healthcare workers to relax when they are not under scrutiny. So the more the MECs and the ministers go to public hospitals to assess their performance, I think they will improve on the delivery of healthcare services. Okay, as a researcher, I plan on using both qualitative and quantitative metrics. For example, we will use the patient satisfaction surveys to assess if ever the patients, they are satisfied with the quality services that they are receiving from the public hospitals. And another metric that will be used is the waiting reduction metrics in order to be able to check that, like, how long do the patients stay in public hospitals before they can even get assistance? And also, the last one, we will use qualitative feedback. This means that we will have interviews with the patients, administrators, all the healthcare workers to get if ever like the patients, they are satisfied with the service that are being delivered. What are the challenges that the healthcare workers they are facing while performing their duties? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We still have 2 minutes, so we'll go for the second round. We'll go to the gentleman in orange and the lady in front here. There were a lot of hands there at the back, but because of gender equality, we'll take one lady as well.
All protocol observed. Okay, so my question, in fact, I have 2 questions. So based on your study and research, how will you ensure that hospitals cater and serve for everyone, regardless of their race or demographics? Because recently there's a trend that has been going on lately, whereby a certain man of his white complain about being left for hours in a hospital with a dead person. While we have a lot of cases on a daily basis of people of color who complain of negligence and no service delivery in public hospitals. Some end up giving birth by themselves. So it should not be a case that if the complaint is being laid by a white man, it should be considered, while we as black are always complaining about such negligences every day. And the second thing is that, what is your take on the NHI bill? And why do you think that there are people who are against it? Meanwhile, the Constitution itself supports a universal health care system and actually affirmative action, which is supposed to redress the injustices of the past. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, man. My name is Maria Mukolo, and thank you for the wonderful presentation. Oh, mine is a question upon the challenges that are being faced by the Department of Health, to say that what's your take on electronic government implementation in terms of ensuring an efficiency and more responsive services to the citizens or to the patients? What's your take on that, and looking also through the period that we are in within the emerging technologies?
Thank you so much for your question. I'll answer your question. Regarding the telemedicine infrastructure, I think each and every public hospitals, they should implement electronic health record system, because most of the public hospitals, especially the healthcare workers, when they see that they're not able to use their telemedicine infrastructure, they opt for manual filing system, which hinders service delivery, because most of the time the patient's file get to be missing, and when they are missing, the doctors cannot access medical.
Leaders, I apologize that she could not answer all the questions, but we still have tea, so she will still answer the questions during tea. Once that she cannot answer at the time, will be answered during lunch. So please don't feel offended. We are going to try once more to go to Mr. Pasha so that he can present our online presenter. Yes, the slides are there. Now I need.
Yes, Mr. Pajes here. Okay, I'm very happy if the presentation is able to be viewed there. Thank you very much. I think I've already introduced myself as Pashadi Lakane, and the presentation of my study is a sustainable framework to manage the environmental effects of illegal artisanal mining in the Limpopo province of South Africa. Next slide. Next slide. As I've introduced myself, I've got 2 master's degrees from University of Limpopo, master's in development studies and master's in public administration. I'm a first-year PhD candidate under the Faculty of Management and Law, and the topic presented today is my PhD study, which is not yet completed. I've been encouraged by the annual research day to showcase my work progress, and I've participated in the annual research conferences in past years for all my master's studies. Thank you. Next slide. In terms of introduction and background study, as it will be shown in the next slide. In the South African ambience, back to the first slide. Apologies for that. The link shared is yeah. In the South African ambience, the statute around artisanal and small-scale mining focuses only on small and industrialized mining, leaving no room for any artisanal type of mining like illegal artisanal mining. That's the work of text. Accordingly, this denies access to historically disadvantaged people from the mineral riches of South Africa, specifically Limpopo, those who are practicing and but then are marginalized by default and often they are labeled as illegal artisanal mining. Now, the operation of illegal artisanal mining in the communities around Feta-Khomutuwas, local municipality, has rendered the environment inconducive for human and animal inhabitants due to environmental degradation. The environmental degradation makes it very difficult for the municipality to deliver services to the already struggling communities. So now, local communities in the rural municipality of Feta-Khomutuwas, which is in Sekhukhune district, according to the IDP, they are already experiencing many social challenges like HIV and AIDS, inequality, poverty, and others. The work of IFA, and it says now, in most African countries, artisanal and small-scale mining has contributed positively to the economy through job creation, increased mineral output, specifically gold, and concurrently increase the GDP of the country. Thank you. Next slide. In terms of the problem statement of the study, we are saying illegal artisanal mining, which is popularly known in South Africa as Zama Zama, has been the subject of local and international media reportage. This notoriously stems from the appalling crimes perpetrated by illegal miners, or Zama Zama in the street lingo. Tozama is a word that originates into Inguni language, or Isiswati, which means to dry. Unfortunately, in the act of them earning a living, the Zama Zama destroys lives and lead to environmental degradation, which has effect on the sustainable development. Other scholars say most human choices have turned into the principal forces driving environmental degradation and climate change. And there is no doubt that the exploration of environment dispenses boundless opportunities for economic growth. Many communities within the rural mining community of Feta-Khomutuwas in Sekhukhune district of Limpopo are no longer conducive for human inhabitants because of illegal artisanal mining. That's the IDP of the municipality integrated development plan confirms that. We'll agree, fellow students, that while the negative environmental effects can be felt by the current generation, future society and generation will bear the effects and suffer in terms of poor ecological choices, no matter their level of economic development growth now. Hence, their sustainable developments will remain bleak. As we go to the next slide. The aim and objective of the study proposed The proposed study aimed to develop a sustainable framework to manage the effects of illegal artisanal mining in rural communities of Limpopo, South Africa. The objectives are to present the nature, what is the nature of illegal artisanal mining on environmental management, to determine the challenges of illegal mining in environmental management, to identify the actors, who are the actors involved in illegal artisanal mining in the context of environmental management, and to develop a sustainability framework to mitigate the effects of illegal mining on the environment. Next slide. In terms of literature review, Fino, Manos, and Pace 2015 point out that in the current global economy, social development and environmental factors have become the key indicators for the future of sustainability for humanity. National and international organizations, especially the United Nations, convened many conferences that made mandatory declarations about the future we want, like the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In line with the research study, the research will use the following theoretical framework to guide the study. That's why the title of this topic is Environmental Management Theoretical Interface. We'll then zoom into the sustainable development as one of the theoretical bases of the study. Sustainable livelihoods informed by the survival strategies that the people of Sekhukhune and Throughthe opt to mining operation, illegal mining operation, because of the livelihood they want to survive and the stewardship theory. We all know, as agreed, that the Broadland Commissions define sustainable development as actions that meet the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of the future generation. That's the Broadland definition of sustainable development. Sustainable development has set leap to profuse vision of the future world, feasible trade-offs and externalities as a nation. It requires the incorporation of economic, the environment. These are the principles of sustainable: the economic, the environmental, the social, and the institutional aspect of development. However, the economic consideration often overrule the environmental and social considerations in most developing countries. That's the work of other scholars, Vass et al. 2011. The proposed study points of convergence is on the environmental integrant of sustainability, the four abstracts of sustainable development, which are closely interdependent. Banzal maintains that if any of this principle and abstraction is not supported, other indicators like economic development will be unsustainable. Throughthe by Gary pointed out that it was the Broadland Commission that gave momentum on the concept of sustainable development. Illegal artisanal mining in Throughe municipality are taking place on open spaces within community household, within the proximity of the formal mining industry. That's the work of Pasha. And this is unlike in other countries or areas where illegal mining is practiced in abandoned mine. This risk, the risk associated with this operation includes, but not limited to, the pit collapse, the flooding, the landslide. Now, illegal artisanal mining extractions activities are taking place on open spaces, and the most prominent mineral extracted illegally in this municipality is chrome. The proposed study, therefore, aims to develop a sustainable framework to manage the environmental effect of illegal artisanal mining. Next slide. Now, in terms of the research review, remember this presentation is just a summary of the broader paper. The interpretivism paradigm construed the notion that the world can only be better explained as a subjective phenomenon, primarily because it depends on how heterogeneously human beings extrapolate it. This approach viewpoints will be utilized in the study as the most appropriate research design. The study will focus on a case study of Throhthe was a local municipality in Limpopo, where the operation of illegal artisanal mining is prevalent across the whole country. The president has even deployed soldiers currently in that area to make sure that they control that. The study will therefore adopt an ethnographic qualitative research using in-depth interviews. Different criteria will be utilized to compute the reliability, and the research ethical
Mr. Pasha,
consideration will be
your 10 minutes is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you
We are
very
going-
much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to
Thank
take
you very much.
Questions. Do we have any questions for Mr. Pasha? Okay, there's one hand there in front and another one. Where are the mics? Oh, they must. Please come to the front.
Thank you very much. And my question is, what is your target population? Because this is a very, very interesting study. And I'm asking that question in relation to your own safety. Are you gonna interview, who is your target population? You are only gonna look at the areas that they practiced this informal mining in, or you're also gonna potentially try to find people who are practicing?
Thank you very much. That's noted. Next question.
Good day, sir. My question is, what is being done to stop the Zamazamas, to stop, good day, sir. Once again, my question is, what is being done to stop the Zamazamas doing illegal mining? Because also the Zamazamas have a source, they have a source where they find guns, and what is being done to stop them finding guns illegally also? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I respond to the question?
Can I ask a question? So my question
Yes.
is, as I'm from the area as well, so if the legal framework and the policies that are going to be implemented do not set the right environmental standard, and they may fail to address the critical issues. For instance, if the regulations do not mandate proper land reclamation and rehabilitation on the mine areas, so the land is going to be more degraded and affecting health and the soil of the local ecosystem, and thus it prevents sustainability of the environment of the near future. So how are the policies going to address issues such as land sustainability? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasha. You can answer the questions.
Thank you very much. The Environmental Management Act, the Mining Petroleum Management Act, they don't allow the operation of illegal mining because it perpetuates environmental degradation. That's why this ethnographic study is very much important, because it will try to zoom into the area where it is being practiced, where the environment currently is degraded, to deal with the educational aspects. The population and the direct participant, as the first question, the traditional leaders are part of this. The illegal miners themselves, because they are the local people, they are mining within their yard, the ward councillor, the municipal officials, and most importantly, civil society organization working on the environmental organization, because they are civil society organizations which are already beginning to say, environment of the future, this is not sustainable. Therefore, these are the sample population that I've highlighted. Yes, it is illegal. That's why the president have promulgated the deployment of soldiers. If you come from that area, the police were unable to control it. And that's why, as stands, there are soldiers in that area who are trying to make sure that there is law and order. They are trying to maintain the safety of the community and make sure that this illegal operation does not proceed. Now, the question remains, the environment has been degraded. And that's why the study is saying there is a need to develop a framework in terms of environmental rehabilitation. But I think, let me pause there, and thank you very much for the engagement and the question through you, the chairperson of the session.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Mr. Pasha. I believe any other questions that still remain, you can still post them on Twitter, we'll follow.
Yep.
Thank you very much for your time, and we hope you'll enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, as we move along, I apologize for that. I'm technologically impaired. I went to Mshugantambo High School. Can you have assistance? I can't seem to see the case again. Okay, thank you very much. We are going to take just one speaker and then afterwards we'll break for tea. Baloyi T.Y. Is Baloyi here? Oh, I pronounced it wrong. Sorry. Okay, Baloyi T.Y. Is Baloyi here? Okay, Baloyi is not here. Then Mapote. Mapote also not here. Mashaba Q. Okay, after Mashaba we'll break for tea. Mashaba, you've got 10 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much. I'm Mashaba Q. Mashaba Tolani. I'll be presenting on the role of Government of National Unity on good governance in South Africa. Okay. The 2024 general elections in South Africa did not produce any outright majority winner. The ANC has been in power since 1994, and after losing the 2024 general elections, the president of the ANC, President Cyril Ramaphosa, opted for the Government of National Unity and proposed it to all the parties that participated in the 2024 general elections. Back when the ANC first formed the Government of National Unity in 1994 with the National Party and the Inkatha Freedom Party, the aim was to address the challenges of the aftermath of apartheid. It can be argued today that the nature of GNU that we have is different from the one that we had in 1994. Some might say that the country is not facing challenges that may require the formation of the GNU, but it could be a sign of losing touch with reality of living in South Africa, because South Africa is facing challenges of inequality, high unemployment, high crime rate, and power problems. In the continental perspective, we have countries like Zimbabwe and Kenya, who were amongst other countries to introduce the GNU to tackle economic and political challenges. In both countries, there was a temporary stability until the GNU was disbanded. And it was not because it was no longer working. It was a greed of political parties no longer wanting to work with the other parties because they didn't want to work with the oppositions anymore. In the European perspective, Greece introduced GNU to tackle the civil war in 1994. Germany anticipates a close contest to 2025 elections, and Janglin 2024 advised Germany to imitate South Africa in a manner in which it implemented the GNU and how fast it is, considering the fact that in European countries, you might find that they take months to implement the GNU, but in South Africa, it only took 14 days. This thing is not moving. Okay, we are going to the theoretical framework. This study adopted the bureaucratic management theory. This theory was invented by Max Weber in 1921. Okay, this theory was invented by Max Weber in 1921. The aim of the motivation behind this theory was that Max Weber thought the traditional governing methods were no longer working. The theory is characterized by principles, namely structure of the hierarchy, clear lines of authority, strict rules in personality and efficiency. It is often likened to the politics-administration dichotomy due to its nature of separation of powers. The theory is significant in this study as it outlines the clear roles for government officials and command them to operate under the strict rule of law, which will result in efficiency and in government. The concept of good governance. KPNU in his article, in his 2018 article, explained that good governance is different from governance. Good governance is hands-on and productive, whereas governance means exercising authority to maintain order and meet the needs of the public. Good governance focuses on working closely with the people from time to time to ensure that there is progress in public service delivery. The importance of GNU. GNU usually gets formed in order to address the challenges that are faced by the country. And as previously mentioned during the introduction, the first GNU after the 1994 election was established to directly address the country's post-apartheid problems. South Africa is not facing a direct political instability, but it has inequality, unemployment rate, and the rising crimes. Okay. We have subtopic number 1. It improves accountability and transparency. Different political parties will be able to hold each other accountable. For instance, in government portfolios, we have a minister and deputy minister. We have seen when the president announced his cabinet, you find that in one portfolio we have a minister from the ANC and a minister from other political parties. So it will be difficult for one person to commit corruption while there's another one there watching them. ANC will no longer use the majority in parliament to shield its leaders from accountability. For example, Phala and Nkandla. We have seen in the recent Phala scandal, the parliament initiated the Section 89 committee to probe into Phala scandal. But the ANC used its majority in parliament to block the president after it was found that there was a prima facie evidence wherein the president was supposed to answer. In the Cutler report, then public protector issued a report that the president has to answer about the Cutler building, which might be, when like the public funds may be used. But then the ANC again used its majority. But in this case, since it's parties that are together, like that are governing together, they will be able to hold each other accountable, and the ANC will no longer use its majority. The formulation of compromise-based policies is different political parties that represent different people. So the policies that will be formed by the different political parties will be able to cater for all the people in South Africa, and it will eliminate inequalities. Addressing national issues. South Africa is faced with issues like crime, high unemployment rate, inequality, and power outages. We have seen recently there is a fight against crime. The current police minister has waged war with. We have seen we have seen an example at KZN where we have General Mkhwanazi who is dealing with criminals with hard hand. Methodology. This study has adopted the narrative literature review approach to explore the existing literature on the role of government of national unity on governance. The study synthesized literature from secondary sources such as books, articles, and reports. To ensure validity, a comprehensive search strategy was developed, including a combination of search terms such as good governance, GNU, and transparency. To ensure reliability, the study only used sources published from 2018 to date. Oh, okay. Due to the space limit in the slides, the findings are on the paper. There has been an increase in transparency in some government portfolios. For an example, the new Minister of Arts and Culture, Gayton McKenzie, first major task that he did when he got to office, he published the list of all the artists that benefited from the previous ministers, and it was the first of its kind because the ministers were unable to publish the list of people that were benefiting. the GNU is a work in progress. The local municipalities such as Swartland, Drakenstein and Saldanha are examples of few municipalities with coalitions that are working effectively, which shows that the multi-party governance can work. Okay, this paper recommends the promotion of accountability and transparency. The promotion of transparency and accountability will enable the public to hold officials accountable. This paper also recommends that there must be a drafting and adoption of legislation that will bind parties together. We have seen in local government municipalities that are governed that there is no legislation that binds the parties together. But if the government of national unity can adopt a legislation of which should have happened a long time ago in the local government municipalities, it will be able to make sure that there was a statement of intent that was signed by the parties in the government of national unity. But that thing is simple. Parties can easily pull out from the government of national unity. But if there is a legislation, a law that is in place to make sure that the parties are bind together, it will disable them to leave the government of national unity. The paper concludes that it will be difficult for the country to have one party rule at the national level, and since the current national government results as the beginning of the multi-party governance at national level, as citizens lost trust in a single party rule. This paper concludes that having different political parties governing under a legislation that binds them together will ensure that there is stability.
Okay, leaders, before we go to questions, we agreed as linesmen and referees to give him 1 extra minute to conclude. So if you still have one last thing to say before we take questions. Are you done? Okay. So that was from him. We all saw the sabotage. Okay. Can we have, there's so many questions now because of GNU. Let's start right at the back, yes? And then can we have, okay.
Thank you.
The other one somewhere here in front.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 questions. 1. Okay, it's fine. He spoke of accountability. He spoke of accountability and he said there will be accountability. My question is, if Rama appoints Gayton McKenzie, will Gayton McKenzie hold Ramaphosa accountable? Thank you.
Okay, so I heard you saying that the current GNU will ensure that there's balance among the different demographics and races in South Africa. So if the ANC is in coalition with the very same party that is against all the founding pillars of its manifesto, how do you say that the GNU will ensure that there's balance? Because the DNA is against the policies of the ANC, such as the BBB, the expropriation of land without compensation, the NHI, the employment equity, and privatization of land and banks. So how can you say that the GNU will ensure that there's balance? Because these policies are the policies that seeks to ensure that there's redress which will benefit black people in South Africa. Thank you.
To ensure that GNU, different political parties having different political ideologies. Ne? One of the GNU's starting point was based on policy compromise. The DA at first was against the NHI bill, but Cyril Ramaphosa went ahead and signed it, and there was nothing that happened. In terms of, I'll give you an example about the foreign policy. The foreign policy, you find that the DA is against communism, as this is neoliberal. You find that it's against communism. But right now, the government of national unity ministers went to China. They were having, I don't know if it was a conference or what. China is a communism country, and John Steenhuisen, as the leader of the DA, was so happy to be there. That question of Cyril holding Gayton accountable, I don't know on what. Like, I want to understand the content of the question.
I think then let's go to the second round.
Let's do it fast. Oh, I still have 2 minutes, 48 seconds.
Good morning to the House and the guest speaker. In reference to other coalitions around the world, most have failed. What makes our GNU so special that includes multiple parties with different goals and ideologies as terms of compromise and consensus?
Thank you. So, sir, your study recommends that there is a drafting of a legislation that is going to bind all those parties. So, what do you suggest the legislation provides in order to ensure the accountability and transparency that you are advocating for?
Yeah, thanks. Is it on? Yeah, you see, I'm so glad. Quite a number of questions that we have had sort of assume that your study is perhaps from political science or something, but your discipline is something else. My contribution is on methodology. The literature review that you seem to lean on appears to be partisan, and it appears to say that GNU is good. Now, for research purposes, for the quality of the study, try also to find some literature that says GNU is not good, right? So that when you arrive at your findings, then you do not appear to have already preempted your findings. So look at both sides, then argue in a very engaged manner with
Sorry,
the
Prof, I'll have to
perspectives.
cut you there. We need to give him just 1 minute to
That's
answer the
fine.
questions.
That question was like, how is it going to be the composition of the legislation, right? The legislation should state it clear that all the parties that join the GNU must be able to cooperate with other parties that are in the GNU for the 5-year term without pulling out, because one of the things that most parties do there, they just pull out any time. And then another one. Oh, okay. The comment that they made about being partisan, the study being partisan, I have to say something about it. The study was not really partisan, but the example that I made there were straight up facts, just like that one at Phala Phala in Kandla. So I was just putting it into perspective that we are dealing with this, and the government of national unity, since I took a standing that I'm going to focus on the good side. Since the formation of government of national unity, we have seen good signs of it. So I was explaining that the government of national unity has the possibility of bringing this and this.
Please go towards the back to take a picture and to get your present. I'm not sure if the lady that presented, I forgot her name. Please also go if you did not. Leaders, we're going to take a 10 minutes break. It's currently 11:25, so we're going to start at 11:35. Thank you very much, Prof. Mokoena. I believe when people bought certain things, I did not buy two. And the first one was height, the second one was a voice. Leaders, we are still going right in time. However, I just want to confirm if everyone that is supposed to present has submitted their presentation slides. If you have not submitted your presentation slides, please do so by sending them to fml.researchday@ul.ac.za. I've been requested to remind you, speakers, please do not get too close to the mic. Okay, that is an advantage that I have because I don't have a voice like Prof. Mokoena, so I can go close to it and it's still okay, but for you, you cannot. There's people that are attending online. When you get too close to the mic, it distracts them that side, okay? There's people that can do volumes there, so you don't have to worry about volume. If we cannot hear you, they will increase the volume, okay? But they cannot reduce it because the mics then start making a noise. Actually, the speakers, not mics. And you are also requested not to be too far from the mic because now people that are online cannot hear you as well. Okay, so please try to get closer and you don't have to stretch yourself, like this is adjustable, okay? So don't break your neck trying to configure yourself to the mic. Rather configure the mic so that it adjusts to you, okay? We have 6 speakers before we go for lunch, so don't worry, we are still on time. I'm going to perhaps make a quick request so that we ensure that, you know, when someone leaves, the next person is very close. Can we have all our speakers, I'll call all of them by name, please come right towards the front, this side, with your chair. You don't have to sit there with everyone. Please come towards this side so that we can save on time with your chair. We have Madia LB, that will be our first presenter. After Madia, we have Mazivanyika Melody. I think Melody is the only person whose name was written in full. Did you bribe someone? But it's okay. Did she leave? Oh, there's chairs in front. Oh, I've been told that there are chairs in front, so you can even come and sit in front. You don't have to come with your chairs. So, Madia, please come to the stage. Please don't come to the front. Come to the stage already. Mazivanyika Melody in front. And then, okay, we'll clap for her once again. My nature RE, please also come to the front. Mahabani T, please come to the front. Maja CN, please, okay, we can't sit close to the timekeeper. Please get a seat somewhere there in front as well. And Mulewa, also please sit right in front somewhere. Okay. Can we please give Madia LB a round of applause? You'll have 10 minutes for your presentation and 5 minutes for your questions. Please make sure that you stick to time. Timekeeper, are we ready?
No, wait. I scroll away.
Scroll here. Just the 2 arrows.
Just the 2.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Let me breathe in. Okay.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Madia LB, and I'm a student from the University of Limpopo, currently pursuing my master's in labor laws. Today, I'm here to present a paper that I closely connect with, a paper that is titled Investigating the Labor Rights of Undocumented Immigrant Workers Who Contribute to the South Africa's Economy. I present this paper in expression of advocating social justice and human rights. This paper is something that I've been interested on as a reason of always being an advocate of advancing workers' rights. And as I try to implement the advocacy of implementing workers' rights, one of the struggles that I've caught up with other scholars is the matter and the struggles that are subjected to undocumented immigrant workers, whereby these undocumented immigrant workers that I'm talking about, these are individuals that are lacking valid visas, valid documentations. Some of them have documentations that of which have expired already. So therefore, I've been motivated by the vulnerability that is exposed to this individual to come up with a paper that will not just make an academic advancement, but also make something that will serve as a tool of advocating this individual's rights. So it is therefore important for me to give you guys an introduction, whereby my introduction, it starts from highlighting as to the significant immigration that is in South Africa, whereby you'd remember that South Africa stands as significant, you'd remember that South Africa stands as a significant destination of choice, which stems from the development and globalization of South Africa. Landmarks and also scholars have established that the contribution and the underpinned labor of South Africa, it is underpinned by the contribution of undocumented migrants. But be that as it may, this undocumented immigrant, regardless of them contributing enormously into our country, they are subjected to vulnerability and also other exploitation, unfair labor practices, and also crucial conditions. So question is, why are they subjected to such conditions? Meanwhile, when we look at our constitution, it has actually made a transformation, that of which promotes equality, that of which promotes dignity. But the Immigration Act policy that is actually enacted in South Africa, it does not promote any of that, because it actually prohibits these individuals from being employed. Hence, scholars such as Baden-Hoyes has asserted that these individuals, upon their arrival in South Africa, in most cases, they do not have adequate financing, but they contribute unto our South African country in the mining, agricultural sector, yet endure unfair labor practices. Hence, my study is advocating their rights because they contribute so much into the South African economy. The study then identified this lack of prioritizing the rights of undocumented immigrant workers who are contributing to our economy. This is as a result of the provisions that of which I've mentioned. And currently, when we're looking at different landmark cases such as the Discovery case versus CCMA case, and also the Cayley case, it tries to advance and also challenges the Immigration Act, stating that it failed to uphold the rights of undocumented migrant workers and also vulnerable workers at large. Whereas my motivation behind this paper, it was aimed at promoting the protection of these individuals in workplaces and ensuring that they are protected as far as the international labor laws are concerned. The objective of my study was to critically examine and analyze the legal frameworks that are available for these individuals. And also, it is crucial for my audience to know that the researcher engaged in a desktop study where I used qualitative research approaches, where inadequacies of the Immigration Act was tested against Section 23(1) of the Constitution. Because when we read Section 23(1) of the Constitution, it stipulates that everyone has the right to fair labor practices. Whereas when interpreting the right as in like the concept everyone, scholars and also cases such as the Cayley case, the Lawyer versus MEC case, it stipulates that the word everyone includes everyone for as long as you are within South Africa's territory, irregardless of your race, nationality, and ethnicity. Whereby this called for a recommendation, that of which I'd want to pose, to say that overly restrictive immigration policies, they are not ideal. This is so because it has potential to worsen an already precarious situation. Therefore, restrictive immigration policies, they seem to facilitate the exploitation of the aforementioned individuals that I'm advocating for. So it is therefore recommended by my study that legislations that are governing immigrations currently, they need to be amended, because when looking at these legislations, they are not in accordance with the Constitution, because our Constitution, it promotes the right to equality, the right to human dignity, which is something that the Immigration Act failed to purport. So it is time that the government goes back and make amendment, because yes, amendments have been made before with the Immigration Act, but they didn't serve any justice. Looking at the Immigration Act of 2007, the 2007 2012 Amendment Act, the 2017, it didn't do any justice. Hence, my paper is now affording like a recommendation, that of which is not just going to make a contribution to academic contribution scholarship, but also try to advocate and call a need to address this inadequacies so that these workers can be afforded right. And also, I try to make a comparative analysis whereby I engage in looking at different jurisdictions, such as the California jurisdiction and also other parts of California jurisdiction. And in my comparative analysis, what I've came across is that the California jurisdiction, it does offer protection to these individuals by giving them the Fair Employment Equity Plan, which is there to actually offer minimum wages to this individual, fair labor working conditions. And my recommendation to my study is that it is time for us to domesticate those international laws and also the conventions that were set by the ILO, so as to afford the right to these individuals, because these individuals, the mere fact that we are sidelining them because of status, it's not justifiable as far as our constitution is concerned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that good presentation. There's also a slide that says discussion with audience. Okay, I'll do that. Can we then go to questions? Is there anyone that has questions for our speaker? There's one right at the back and another one at the back, one in front. Oh, there's quite a few. Okay, let's start at the back. She has requested to have one question at a time, and we'll do so.
Good morning again. My question is for labor markets that aren't properly regulated, such as the farming sector. Farmers will regularly take advantage of their laborers because some of them are illegal immigrants and are part of previously disadvantaged groups. And these groups are affected by unfair wages and unfair working environments. So how is this addressed?
So in my study, I think I came across something like that, whereby I tried to address it by stating that policies need to be implemented, whereby these policies, they are going to govern and regulate inspectors which are going to be assigned to those specific companies to check as to whether are they offered minimum wages, are they working fairly, offered fair labor practices. So that is how I'm going to make a recommendation towards your question. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I welcome the presentation, but I have a question based on your undocumented immigrant workers, right? To say that in our country we are faced with triple challenges. One of them is unemployment. And now your study is advocating for undocumented immigrant workers in our country. So do you think if we can, it's not like we are really undermining ourselves, because what is it that those workers, they are doing that we can fail to do?
Okay, thank you for your question. That was one of the questions I've expected. Okay, maybe you didn't hear me. As part of my introduction, I stated that a scholar who goes by the name of Baden-Hoyes asserted that undocumented immigrants who are contributing unto our mining and also agricultural sector are exploited, whereby in South Africa, in most cases, people who work as like field work in agricultural sectors, South Africa don't want to apply those jobs, which is why like most undocumented migrant workers opt for those jobs, even though they are facing low wages, because that is not what South Africa wants. I'm sorry to go back to this. For instance, if maybe there is a job vacancy opened up in South Africa whereby you're getting paid 4,000, in most cases, a graduate from South Africa will never apply those jobs. So that is why I try to say, I'm advocating rights of undocumented migrant workers who are contributing, particularly those that are contributing to the mining sector and also agricultural sectors in the field, as asserted by a scholar who goes by the name of Baden-Hoyes. Thank you.
Mutumi speaking. What you just presented is very controversial.
And if I'm being honest, it's a reality, but you know, the act of being in a country without the necessary documents is in itself illegal, and it's in itself disrespecting the Constitution. So if we are now going to come back and say, we need to protect these people that have disrespected the Constitution, then what is the value of the Constitution?
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll refer this to the case of Throtthe versus CCMA, whereby in this case, an employee got dismissed. By the time when he was working for that specific company, he had particular documentations, but at the time when his contract ended, he didn't have particulars, so meaning that he had to renew those particular documentations so as to be offered and be regarded as a documented immigrant, whereby he took the matter to go to court because he was being regarded as an undocumented immigrant worker. And then it was when the court considered what the spirit of the Constitution aims to purport when taking into consideration the right to equality, the right to human dignity, and specific circumstances, that they concluded that this person needs to be regarded as an employee as far as South African Constitution is concerned, because the person is contributing enormously unto our economy. I don't know if I'm answered.
Thank you very much. I know I'm not a lawyer by profession, but I think when I looked at your title, investigating the labor right of undocumented, it's more like a almost close similar to that one, to say, look, before I could enjoy certain benefits, I should be legally registered as a worker. That's where I will start. Now, when I'm registered, I will enjoy all those benefits. But now, how am I going to enjoy the labor rights as a benefit while I'm not registered? So I'm saying it's a little bit closer to that one because I want to comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. As economists and everyone in here, we are guided by evidence, no underdoctoral evidence. Based on your personal feeling, no graduate can work and earn 4,000, based on your personal feeling. If you had any reference to that statement, we'll believe. My question is, what legal protection, if any, exists to protect undocumented migrants in South Africa? What legal action or protection legal we are talking about? Because we...
Okay, I think you missed me at the introduction. This is a study that I'm working on, whereby my motive behind the study is to come up with a recommendation that is going to enforce in South Africa. Hence, I did a comparative analysis by relying on jurisdictions which afford protection to the undocumented immigrant workers by stating that as much as the California bill protect rights to this individual, why don't we look at that bill and try to domesticate certain rights? That is what my motive behind the study is, to come up with laws that of which serves as a recommendation for South Africa to go back and amend the Immigration Act. Yeah.
Ms. Madia, good morning. I have two questions which you can tackle at the same time. So, first one, it's on the contribution. Did you try to check at least the extent to which undocumented immigrants contribute to the economy? Secondly, since a large portion of our economy is built, or the money comes from taxes, from the labor industry, so how are these undocumented people contributing to the economy if most of their income generation is not taxed? Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, can you please repeat your question? I think I missed something there.
First question is on the contribution margin to the economy. Second question is on tax. Well, these people are not being taxed.
Thank you so much, Ms. Matia. Please go to the back so that we can have the features and questions smiling presented to us. Leaders, in law, when somebody gets arrested, the first thing that they tell him is that they have the right to remain silent. Please go to the back so that we can have So can we please go to our next speaker? Can we please get to Ms. Matia once more before we go to the next one? When someone gets arrested, the first thing that they'll tell you is that they have a right to remain silent. Okay, thank you very much, leaders. Can we go to... So can we please go to our next speaker? Can we please get to Ms. Matia once more before we go to the next one? Okay, thank you very much, leaders. Can we go to Mazivanyika Melody? Melody, did you bribe?
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maureen, and today I'll be talking about infrastructure development and foreign direct investment in selected African countries, specifically looking at comparative economic. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maureen, and today I'll be talking about infrastructure development and foreign direct investment in selected African countries. Specifically looking at a comparative econometrics analysis between Egypt and Nigeria. So my motivation for writing this paper stemmed from my desire of wanting to know how better infrastructure development can attract foreign direct investments in selected African countries and also later on boost economic growth. As someone who is passionate about infrastructure development, I also wanted to understand why certain African countries that are potentially doing well are still struggling in attracting the level of investments that they want or that they need. So going to the introduction, energy and digital infrastructure development is essential for any country's economic growth, and as it provides the foundation of businesses to operate effectively and efficiently. When we also look at countries that are adequate in energy and digital infrastructure, it becomes more attractive for foreign investors whom are looking for stable environments to invest in. So when we look at Nigeria and Egypt, they are also attractive destinations to invest FDIs into due to their geographical destinations and also due to their natural resources. Hence, this would provide a substantial domestic market that is attractive to investors. So hence, the study aims to comparatively investigate the relationship between foreign direct investment and infrastructure development in Nigeria and also in Egypt. Okay, going to the literature review, my study is governed by three theories, which is the electric theory by John Dunning, the product life cycle theory, and also the investment development path theory, which aims to actually explain the nexus between a nation's development, which actually aims to explain the nexus between a nation's investment position and its volume of development. So hence in this study, we're talking about foreign direct investment and infrastructure development. So also based on empirical literature, we also find that better energy and better digital infrastructure, they attract more FDIs in developing countries. Going to the research methodology, the study used a time series data for the period of 1993 to 2022, and the data was also obtained from the World Bank. Under model specification, the equations that we have below, they're explained as foreign direct investment inflows is the function of energy infrastructure, digital infrastructure, gross domestic product, and consumer price index, which is inflation. And then we also conducted several tests, which I'll explain in the next section. So going to empirical results and discussions, the study employed a unitary test where we found that The variables were integrated at order 1 and also at order 2, which allowed us to utilize the ARDL approach. And then moving forward, we have table 1, which shows the results of the ARDL bounce test for Nigeria and Egypt. So they both showed that, so the results of the ARDL bounce co-integration test indicated that the rejection of the null hypothesis of no long-run relationship is rejected at 1% level of significance. So this would conclude, and also supported by the F-statistic value of 12.6, which surpasses both the lower and the upper critical values. And then for the Egyptian model, we also found that the test results shows that an F-statistic value of 3.6819, which exceeds the 1% lower critical value of 3.2, but it also shows fall of on the upper bound of 4.37. So we basically found out that in both the models, they were also integrated at 1% level of significance. And then we go to table 2, which shows the long run and the short run results of the Nigerian and Egyptian models. So in the long run, we actually found out that the long run analysis showed that there was indeed a positive and significant relationship between energy infrastructure and digital infrastructure. And then also for the Egyptian model, the results also were aligning with the results that were found in the Nigerian model, where we found that infrastructure development indeed attracts FDI inflows in the long run. So these findings were supported by empirical literature as to say that the more that infrastructure development increases, we also tend to increase in attracting foreign direct investments. And then this would obviously lead to stimulating economic growth by bringing in capital for new projects and also business expansion, and leading to job creation as new businesses are established and in the long run alleviate poverty. And then we go to the error correction model. For the Nigerian and the Egyptian model, they both showed a negative 0.65 and a negative 79%, which shows that about 65 and 79% of disequilibrium is indeed in the current period will be corrected in the next year. And then also to prove validity and the stability of the model, we employed different diagnostic tests and stability tests where the Bruce-Godfrey-Lagrange model showed that, we employed the Bruce-Godfrey-Lagrange multiplier test, and we found out that there was no serial correlation in the models, and also we did the same with the heteroscedasticity test, where we employed the Bruce-Pagan-Godfrey test and the Arch test, and then we also found that there was no heteroscedasticity in the model. And then also we conducted a normality test, and the study found that there was, the residuals were normally distributed. And then in order to check stability, we also found that indeed the model was stable. So going to conclusion and the recommendations, the comparative investigation of infrastructure development and foreign direct investments in Nigeria and Egypt revealed that both energy and digital infrastructure is significant in attracting foreign direct investments, specifically in developing countries. And then the recommendations that I would give is that the governments of the Nigerian and the Egyptians, they should continue to promote macroeconomic stability as the FDI inflows performing well. And then also another recommendation is that they should continue to work on reducing energy tariffs to make investments in infrastructure more appealing to foreign investors. And then another area for future research that I recognized is that future studies should investigate the impact of infrastructure on FDIs at a sectorial level for more detailed insights into how specific types of infrastructure affect different sectors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Masibanyega. Do we have questions? Okay, there's a question right in the middle. You must raise your hand like you mean it, like not. Okay. There's only one question. Okay, it's because of the numbers. I'm also confused.
Okay, thank you for nice presentation. Today I learned about GNU. My question is, how does political stability in this country contribute or influence the effectiveness of infrastructure on FDI? How does political stability in those countries influence effectiveness of infrastructure on FDI? Thank you.
Okay, that was a very nice question. You were asking that how does their political instability or stability affect foreign direct investments? Okay, basically when we look at the Nigerian model or the Nigerian country and also at the Egyptians, they are experiencing political instability in a way that there are many, okay, if we look at the issue of Boko Haram and also the September 11th or 9th incident that happened in Egypt, I stand to be corrected. When you look at those instances or situations that happened, they actually made foreign investors to pull away from actually investing, and then there are also those who actually did not or took out their investments. So it actually, like political instability, it affects foreign direct investment inflows negatively. Yeah, so they should also ensure that they have political stability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There's another question right at the back. Do we have mics? Is it just one question? Okay, believe now we are hungry. The guy with the orange jacket. You can stand up so that they can see you.
I really don't know how to ask this question, but let me try. I think our currency is much stronger than the currency of Nigeria. But why come is it that our GDP compared to the GDP of Nigeria, there's not that much of a difference? Can it be due to the fact that as South Africa, we are mostly consumers than producers? Because even in the production sector, you find that there are some of the things that we are importing from other countries, while we do have the necessary resource to actually produce those things for our own, instead of like importing them.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a very wonderful question. Unfortunately, my study does not focus on South Africa. However, I did another study based on South Africa, so I would be happy to answer you during lunch or tea time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please remember to go towards the back for your picture and for your gift. And thank you very much for smiling as well. Can we give her a round of applause once again? Okay, our next speaker is Manager RE. Manager, please come to the floor.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Abishani, good morning, colleagues. My name is Maene Jarefilwe. I'm a master's candidate in public administration. I'm not sure if I will match the eloquency and calmness of the previous speaker, but I will try. My presentation is on the impetus and dynamics of land restitution in South African democracy. It's a case of Mopani district here in Limpopo. The lack of land in South Africa has agitated so many people. And however, I am surprised to learn that from the presentation that we had from Tuesday until today, no one spoke of land. I'm worried, why? You spoke of small-scale farming, you spoke of SMEs. Like, where are those businesses going to operate without land? The study is motivated by the need to address Goal 2 and 10 of SDG. And how do I move forward? Program Director, I'm lost. Where do I click? Thank you. Oh, this one. Okay. South African land restitution issue is deeply rooted in the legacy of colonialism and apartheid. We all know that South Africa does not have a pleasing history. Our history has got a lot of scars. 80% of the population occupy less than 10% of the land. According to News 24, this had just over 77% of the land in South Africa, which equate to 94 million hectares. According to the land audit, it's in the hand of the private land. Another pain. Systematic land dispossession via laws like the Native Land Act 1913 and Land Area Act 1950, according to the researcher by Oduku and Chauke 2023 and 2024. This in 1913, according to the history, it says that black people were forcefully dispossessed from their original land. As the original occupier of this land, we were moved from the fertile land to the fragile land by the white colonizers. They were looting our land during that process. By 1994, according to the the research by Mapala Patwa in 2023, he indicated that 80% to 87% of the land which was stolen was in the hand of the white, while black people were confined to designated homeland. Land reform mechanism. So post-democracy, the government came with 3 pillars, which is land restitution, land distribution, as well as land reform, which is contained in the white paper of South African land policy in 1997. So my study focuses on the land restitution. So land restitution, basically it's back to the 1913 people who were moved, who were dispossessed, forcefully removed from their land by white people. So this pillar, it says that those people should be given their land back, should be restituted their land. So the purpose of these 3 pillars by the government post-democracy, it was to address economic disparities and promote sustainable development, according to the research by Kloppers and Pina, 2014. Historical injustice continue to shape contemporary land reform effort because majority of the original occupier of the land today are landless. So the government came with the principle of willing seller, willing buyer to address the land issue, which has been problematic because it was very slow. The reason was the resistance from the landowners. White people did not want to give away their land anyway, and there were some issues of corruption. And on this issue of corruption, we can ask ourselves why many politicians, they own land. We don't know if they bought them, or maybe they acquired it ethically. The dynamics such as the influence of traditional leaders, which still exists today, and as well as inflated land prices. So this is what happened. So during the land restitution, the government officials will go, when they're facilitating the willing seller, willing buyer, the landowner will I'm selling the land, I'm moving overseas, because obviously we're not catered here since we're taking our land, and the government official will inflate prices, land prices. When the land seller was like, this land I'm selling it 1 million, and the government official was like, no, man, government have got money, put the price up. The failure of redistribution, restitution, and tenure should be attributed to the weakness in the state. This is by this, my favorite less scholar on land matters. My tongue gets stuck when pronouncing this surname. I can't pronounce this. Nkaitobi, 2021. Who also mentioned that the status quo will represent a betrayal of the idea of land reform as decolonization, because most of the people that we trusted with the facilitation of the land reform process, they own land, but we don't have land. And I have to look in the African context in terms of comparison on how they handle their land issues. Because in Zimbabwe here, I found Zimbabwe to be very nearer, they exercise the Exodus 22 verse 28, which says, anyone who steals must certainly make restitution, but if they have nothing, they must be sold to pay for their theft. If the stolen animal is found alive in their possession, whether ox or donkey or sheep, they must pay back double. And this is what exactly happened under the leadership of Mugabe, where they paid double those who stole the land. So this study is a conceptual paper. It employs a qualitative, it's a literature-centered approach to understand the dynamics of land restitution in South Africa. The existing literature review was perused, journals, book, and report to analyze various perspectives and evaluate the land restitution process. Socio-economic impact that the land, absence of land to black people have. The research by Matana and Throughthe 2023 indicate that the gap between the have and have not in South Africa, you can actually see it with your naked eyes. The purpose of actually the land, it was to restore the dignity and promote the socio-economic harmony. So basically, if you do not have a land, a man without a land is a man without a home. So the issue of social harmony in South Africa is still challenged because this thing has caused some sort of divide and has polarized the society. So there is no some sort of social harmony. For an example, the incident that happened just not far from us in Solomon Dale, where black people were fed into, were killed and thrown into a pig stall. So those kind of socio-economic situation, they indicate that we are still lacking socio-economic harmony. So the unresolved land issue exacerbates socio-economic divide and hinders growth. Musari 2020 agrees with the research by Throughthe. Historical policies, as indicated in my introduction, that it influenced current socio-economic condition. So this is the comparative study. Due to time, I cannot go through it, but I made a comparative study of how Zimbabwe, Asian countries as well, Kenya, facilitated their land restitution, because both countries, we have similar history of apartheid and colonial situation. So this is the overview of what has been happening, particularly in Limpopo, during the establishment of this policy of restitution program. So it started in 1998, and then it was facilitated by CRLR, and the total land claim is 82. I'm not very good with numbers. I ran away from maths. I'm not sure if this is 3 million. Is it 3 million? I think it's 3 million, yeah. And then the beneficiary is 300, yes. And then the land purchase is 26 billion, financial compensation is 26 billion, and the government budget, this budget, I checked the 2021 reports, and it was 58 million, and that 58 billion, and it was supposed to be utilized, up to 2024 March. In conclusion, okay, so according to the RDP, by 30% of the land was supposed to be distributed in 2001, which failed. The target right now is 30% by 2030. When you fall, do not look back at where you fell. This is the African proverb that actually guides this study, to say that South Africans should educate people about the land use before implementation of the policy, because we lack education. Most land has been given back to the people and have been resold back to the white people. So we need education with regard to land usage and utilization, so that, yes, we can know what to do with our land. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The name is Toby, but that's okay. Do we have any hands? Yo, okay, the whole house. Okay, we've been starting from the back quite some time. Let's start in the front this time. Can we have, there's a gentleman with a green jacket this side. Let's start with him. And then everyone that has asked before, I'm going to skip you this time, unfortunately. So you can lower your hands so that I can see the newcomers. The other one, the guy with the white.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to understand, with the current realities of in South Africa of the GNU, with the ministerial positions on land reforms and rural development being held by officials from the DA side, and they are against the issue of land expropriation without compensation. How do you think the government can try to resolve and address the issue of land restitution? Thank you very much.
Second question.
My question is based on what I have learned from previous teachers of mine. So the economy is owned by the white. The blacks have politics, but they don't have.
Speak to the mic.
Okay, blacks have the politics, they don't have the economy. So how is it that how will the government be able to redistribute those land while they don't have the economy, and the economy is under people that we don't know about, and those people, they don't want to give back those land?
Okay, on the first one, my brother, with GNU, I doubt if the land restitution, all the pillars of land reform will be made successful, because the ideologies, there's an ideological divergence in parliament currently right now. So I doubt if we are going, because I feel like ANC failed us when it comes to land. They had been in parliament for many years and they had all the powers to change the law, but they didn't, guided by the Land Expropriation Act of 1975, which allowed them to do that before, enacting the new constitution, post-democracy. So I doubt if that one is going to happen in this lifetime. And your question was on what?
That's okay, I think we can skip it. If you forgot it, I think we can skip it. Can we give ladies a chance? We need to be gender balanced here. Are there any ladies that want to ask questions? Okay, there's a lady there. Anyone else? There's another one with a white shirt over there. You can stand up so they can see you.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. It's a very interesting study and it was an eye-opener. My question is, do we have land, or do we need land back, or do we need title deed? Because land you cannot apply at the bank, but a land in townships or town, you can apply for anything. If you need a loan, you that title deed. Because we have land. Like in rural areas, there's plenty of land. If we stand, 30 by 30, meaning it's too big compared to the townships and towns. Thank you.
Okay, so in the present day, in right now what we call democracy, I want to ask the difference between 1994 and right now. Do you think that we have the land that we rightfully deserve right now compared to 1994? Thank you.
Let me start with you before I forgot. In my overview, I indicated the land that was distributed currently. So the percentage by 2011, according to the RDP, the government aimed to distribute 30%, which they failed to achieve. Currently aiming to achieve that 30% by 2030. So I think that gives you an answer. So Naledi, I think your question, it varies with an area, because where I come from, we don't have land. The Hoshi chiefs, traditional leaders are in charge of that. So, and if the land is in the hands of them, it's still difficult for, an ordinary person to have access to land. So the land issues must be addressed so that we can have land equally. Those who want land, like myself, must be given that opportunity to acquire a land, and those who do not want land, because there are people who have moved back, they don't want to be restituted, they are settled into new areas, they are fine, so then that's fine with them.
Please go to this thing for the picture. Okay, leaders, can we please give a round of applause once again? Please go to the back so that you can receive your gifts and take a picture. Can we please be reminded of the house rules? When you ask a question, please do not introduce the question. Okay? Some of you are now taking 2 minutes to get to the question. And now the others are thinking the chairperson of the session is not fair. I also had a question, but it's you guys. So please, let's work together. Get to the question, ask the question, and then let them answer. Okay, can we go to our next speaker, Mahabani T?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tepo Mahabani. I'm a master student in Masters in Commerce in Accountancy. And yes, I did not run away from maths, I ran towards maths. So I'll be doing evaluating the impact of carbon taxes on chemical and energy industry reported carbon emissions. So this is a component for my master's dissertation, as I'm doing a mixed methodology. Then I'll be doing for quantitative. So as I stated, I'm a master's in commerce student, and carbon tax, the reason why I went the carbon tax way, it's because I'm an academic trainee, specifically in taxation at the University of Limpopo in the School of Accountancy and the Department of Taxation. And I'm currently doing my first year of articles in the CASA designation. And the introduction for my topic is that there's been high temperatures that have been associated with environmental changes. Sorry. The reason it's because of the use of fossil fuels. Now, the government has tried to change this and combat this use of fossil fuels by doing what? By introducing environmental taxes. So in 2012, during the national budget speech, there was a discussion about the environmental taxes in a way to combat these carbon emissions. And on 1 June 2019, that's when it was introduced. It was introduced at a price of 139 per carbon emission per CO2 ton. So now this carbon emission is aimed, or this carbon tax, which is called the Carbon Tax Act, is aimed at taxing companies which are high emitters. As you know, that South Africa is the leading carbon emitter in the African continent. So now the problem is that there hasn't been studies that have been conducted on how these carbon taxes, since the introduction in 2019, have actually affected these companies that are in the chemical and energy industry, as these companies are still emitting very high carbon emissions, and also the companies are also not disclosing what the number of carbon emissions that they are emitting, or based on their tax liabilities. So the objective of the study is that we determine whether there is a relationship between the carbon taxes and the rate of carbon emissions for the companies in the chemical and energy industry. And also, the significance would be that we need to supplement the little information that's out there about the carbon tax, specifically in South Africa, for those companies in the chemical and energy industry, as they are contributing towards more than 80% of our economy. And also the chemical and energy industry is also known as the basic material industry in the JSE. So the theories that were for this feasibility study, it was the procedural justice theory and the tax aggressiveness theory. With the procedural theory, justice theory, testing whether it is fair to actually impose these taxes, these carbon taxes that have been implemented by the government to these companies. And the tax aggressiveness theory, it's based on whether these companies are actually paying these carbon taxes that have been imposed by the government. And the literature review for this purpose, for this study, it was found that implementing carbon taxes it was found that implementing environmental taxes implementing environmental taxes greatly improve the chance of meeting sustainability requirements relating to the chemical energy industry in 2023, meaning these carbon taxes are actually going to help in meeting the sustainability goals and the SDG goals that have been set. And in 2019, they said it was concluded that the emissions were significantly reduced by the introduction of the carbon taxes. And Tin and Lin found that levying these carbon taxes actually help companies to migrate into investing in renewable energy, which greatly reduces the carbon emissions. And it was also found that there was a significant reduction in the carbon emissions, meaning if now we increase the carbon taxes at a higher price, we'll be able to reduce or curb these carbon emissions. And also, the study that was done in 2018 by Aiden and Essen for the country of Canada showed that there was an asymmetrical relationship between the rate of carbon emissions and the carbon taxes that were implemented in Canada. The methodology that was used, positivism paradigm, was used for the research, and the data that was collected was from the corporate social reports that have been issued by the companies in the JSE from the chemical and energy industry. And out of all these 45 companies, 10 were randomly selected by actually using the fact that some of the companies have a scope 1, 2, 3 of carbon emissions, and some of the companies only focus on scope 1 and 2 of carbon emissions. So the companies that have scope 1, 2, 3 were scoped out of this study. Only the companies that had scope 1 and 2 of the emissions were the ones that were actually selected for the purpose of the study. And the regression model was used. It's supposed to be 40 observations were actually made for the purpose of the study, but not 20. It was 40 observations that were made, with the dependent variable being the carbon emissions and the independent variable of the study being carbon taxes in rands. And the variables remained the same for the study. And the beta, for the purpose of the linear regression, the beta 0 was the dependent variable, with the beta 1 being the independent variable. So this was from the findings. Then, so the slope indicated that the dependent variable, which is the change in carbon taxes, actually increases when also there was a change in the taxes. And it was found that also, while the value of the y-intercept is less reliable due to the wide confidence interval, it suggested that a baseline of emissions before for accounting for changes in taxes, meaning there is a line whereby now the carbon emissions will actually change as the taxes are changing. And also now the impact on the carbon emissions, that the linear regression that was conducted on a Python software, the regression revealed a significant relationship between the carbon emissions and the carbon taxes. And the reliability is indicated that the model that was used was an excellent fit to the data that was used, as most of the variability in the emissions were due to the changes in the carbon taxes. And then the statistical significance is that there is a relationship between the carbon tax emissions that is statistically significant. And now the policymakers should be cautious when interpreting the effect of these carbon taxes on whether they would need to actually increase these carbon taxes to be able to curb these carbon emissions. And the conclusion was that the regression analysis showed a strong relationship between the carbon tax and carbon emissions, with the model explaining almost 99% of the variance in emissions based on the changes in the taxes. And the slope is significantly different from zero, confirming a meaningful relationship between the variables that were used for the study. As this is a feasibility study, since only 40 observations were used, this was the conclusion from those 40 observations, as more observations will be done for the purpose of the dissertation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mahabaniti. Do you have any questions? Okay, there's a question right at the back. Another question? Okay, only one question.
Yeah, no. Can you hear me? Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for the good presentation.
Can you please stand up for the cameras?
Yeah, it was better if I was going to sit down, sir. But it's okay, yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm curious, when you were doing your research on the carbon taxes, you know the issue of the carrot and the stick, whether you should punish companies or you should reward them. In your own opinion, do you think that it is better to reward companies so that they can transition to cleaner fuels? Or in your opinion, is it better to punish them through legislation? That is the first comment I want to make. The second comment is that it was going to be of interest to see the companies that you sampled and you went and you did your data around, because I did not see that. Maybe perhaps you need to tell us those companies, because you know in South Africa there is what we call the energy intense user group. And this also, they use a lot of energy from Eskom, you know, which is produced by coal. You know, so we are going to be interesting to see how did those companies wean themselves off of the electricity that they get from Eskom that use coal, and perhaps those companies were able in their own premises, for example, to deploy solar, renewable energy, etc. The last question is this, and this is a philosophical question, is that who was the person or what was the institution that forced the South African government to adopt the carbon taxes? Is it because we are trading with the European Union and the Europeans, they came to us and say, you know what, as long as you do not reduce your dependence, as long as your companies that produce chemicals, they don't reduce their dependence on Eskom, on electricity that is produced by Eskom, that is mainly produced from coal, we are going to impose our own carbon tax on the chemical products that you bring into our country. Or you have to police yourself and implement your own carbon taxes by yourself. So philosophically speaking, in your opinion, do you think that we should continue trading with the European Union, or perhaps take our products somewhere, like for example to China, where they are not going to ask us about all those carbon issues? Thank you very much.
Okay, I'd like to start with the last question. So, actually, the carbon taxes that were implemented on the 1st of June 2019 by South Africa were actually modeled on the carbon taxes that are actually in Australia since 2012, and also the China, as China also has carbon taxes. So they are actually taxing on emissions. So, meaning that these companies or the countries that even if we go and trade with China, we still have that thing of now having to pay carbon taxes, because they are also imposing the same taxes, right? And also now with the use of coal, as Eskom is mainly the one that's using coal, right, as it forms part of fossil fuels. Now the legislation said that Eskom will be exempt from actually being to pay carbon taxes until 2025. So there's from 2019 until 2025, they had a period whereby they were exempt from paying these carbon taxes. So these carbon taxes were just aimed at these companies, public companies that are in the JSE. And for the first question about my opinion, I would say it's actually easier to impose, or rather use the legislation to force these companies to cap their carbon emissions. But with the problem is that now these companies are the ones that are supposed to disclose their carbon emissions. So now the taxes that are going to pay will be based on their carbon emissions that they have disclosed. So you might find that they are not disclosing everything that's there, and they are paying, their tax liability is actually significantly lower than what it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are left with 1 minute. I would give you 1 minute to ask a question, but from past experience, I've seen that you'll take 2 minutes to get to the question. And I think there was only one hand, so am I being fair by saying that he can leave the stage? Okay, thank you so much. Please go to the back so that you can be taking pictures and you can have your thingies. Can we please give him just one last round of applause as he goes back? Okay, we are going to our fifth presenter, that is Maja CN. Okay, please don't be angry at Maja. You can give him a round of applause as he comes to the stage. Okay. So you scroll using, for scrolling you use these two keys, and then we have 10 minutes for your presentation and 5 minutes for questions. Down and up. Right. Timekeeper, are we ready? Timekeeper, are we ready? Okay. One by one, okay. Yeah. We can go. Yeah.
Greetings, everybody. This is Majasian, and I'm studying business management with the University of Limpopo. Okay. Greetings, everybody. This is Majasian. I'm studying business management with the university, and I'm here to present to you the effect that digital transformation is having in our life. And I'm sure that it's evident enough that, as you can see, that a lot of things now have been transferred from okay. Yeah. The motive of my study is that digital transformation is affecting us either positively or negatively. Somehow, it does increase level of unemployment, and then somehow, it does increase the level of productivity in the context of business. So, here I'm going to present to you how digital transformation impact or affect the performance of hospitality firms, specifically in Gauteng province. So, introduction and background of the study is that hospitality sector is part of the tourism industry as it provides service to tourists. Tourism as a broader industry includes hospitality, attractions and transportation. In the context of South Africa, hospitality faces numerous challenges such as lack of finance and intense competition, environmental degradation, and this factor negatively impact their performance. The tourism industry contributed 2.8% of SA's GDP directly and 8.2% indirectly in 2022, according to McKinsey's report. However, digital penetration in South Africa as a whole is very low. There is about 44% of digital penetration in hospitality firms, as the literature alludes to that. Therefore, many studies have investigated how digital transformation affects financial performance. But, however, there is an omission where environmental and social performance, where digital transformation with comparison to social and environmental performance, those studies are very limited and sparse in literature, which led to the problem in this literature. So the problem statement, with the increasing prevalence and relevance of technology in various sectors, it is imperative to comprehend the current stage of digital adoption and penetration within the South African business environment. Therefore, lack of digital transformation will impact performance of business, including hospitality industry over the long term. DT in hospitality, DT in this manner is digital transformation. Don't be surprised. So DT in hospitality firm can help improve performance by generating good customer services through, in this era of sustainable development, firm performance is not limited to financial, but also to social and environmental performance. Studies that have examined this effect of DT on sustainable performance, of which is economic, social, and environmental, are scarce. Therefore, this creates significant issue or gap and a problem in the research on digital transformation and its effect on performance of hospitality firms. So the aim and the objective of the study is to investigate the effect of digital transformation on firm performance using two measures of performance, of which is social and environmental. The objective is to examine the relationship between digital transformation and its effect on performance of hospitality firms. Moving to literature review. The first literature review that we are going to look at the theoretical literature review, the natural resource-based view that has been used to be guiding digital transformation or digitalization. The seminal work of Hart, 1995, who took advantage of the traditional resource-based view and applied it within the environmental context, proposed that the existing RBV had a serious omission. Then Hart later upgraded to natural resource-based view, which argues that the natural environment and competitive strategy will be rooted in green innovation and thus facilitate environmentally sustainable economic activity in future. Several academics and scholars have used a natural resource-based view to capture or to guide digital transformation or digitalization. There are two hypotheses that have been exposed in this study. DT, which is digital transformation and social performance. It is argued that sustainability in meeting social needs implies a social equity between generations and further rationally considering the equity within each generation. Previous literature alludes that digital transformation increased social performance using panel data of Chinese publicly listed firms between 2014 and 2018. This led to the researcher to commit that this study is intended to investigate the relationship between digital transformation and social performance, since most researchers are aggregating the sustainable performance construct, not measuring solely or each measure of performance. Then DT and EP, ecosystem, EP is environmental performance. Ecosystem are regarded to be constrained in terms of generation, capacity, and potential. Findings show that digital transformation enhances the environmental performance of enterprise by stimulating green innovation and accelerating human capitals, increasing environmental information disclosure, and strengthening environmental governance. However, empirical literature about the link between digital transformation and environmental performance is limited in literature. Therefore, this study proposed to investigate this relationship to increase the availability of literature. The research methodology. The study area here, as I've postulated before, is going to be in Gauteng, but is going to focus in two selected metropolitan municipalities, which is Tshwane and Gauteng, and Johannesburg. I'm so sorry. So, the researcher's investigation will focus on small and large hospitality firms in this area. research design. The study will be guided by positivist research philosophy and deductive research approach. This study will use quantitative research design to generate factual outcomes. The target population here is the managers of motels, hotels, lodge, and houses, including bed and breakfast establishment. The sampling and sample size. Because there is no population list or sampling frame of owners and managers of hospitality firms in the study, the non-probability sampling method will be adopted in the study. The participants in the survey will be selected through convenience sampling method to select 400 owners and managers of hospitality firms. Those are the rule of thumbs by SPSS AMOS. The data collection method will be used cross-sectional survey method, self-administered questionnaire and emails will be used. Data analysis, IBM, SPSS AMOS, Vision 26, which is the latest vision, will be used to test. SPSS AMOS will be used to test the relationship between the descriptive statistic. Then AMOS will be used to do CFA and path analysis. Reliability here in this study will be measured by internal consistency, Cronbach alpha, and composite reliability. Validity will be measured by HTMT, which is heterotrade, monotrade, and Funnel-Laker criterion. Ethical clearance will be obtained from TREC. And then the significance of the study after reviewing the literature, there were 3 things that have been exposed: the theoretical, empirical, and the policy. The study will test the theoretical model of digital transformation on performance of hospitality firms. The link of digital transformation and sustainable performance of firms is a new area in business research. Empirically, the study will add to the literature of digital transformation in hospitality firms in the context of developing countries such as South Africa. Most studies of digital transformation have been done or being investigated in developed countries. Therefore, it is important to conduct empirical study in developing countries with different environmental factors, policies. The finding of the study will have practical implication for the management of the digital transformation in hospitality firms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Majid. Do we have questions for Majid? There's a hand in front and one right towards the back. There's only 2 questions.
Good day once again. My name is William Mokawa. Presenter, how has digital transformation impacted the hotel industry during the COVID-19 pandemic?
How does digital transformation impacted the
How has the digital transformation impacted the hotel industry during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Due to the restrictions that have been there in COVID-19, there was no movement of tourists all over the place. So I cannot say it impacted it positively or negatively because there was nobody who was checking in hotels, motels. We were isolated. I hope I've answered you.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation. My name is Maria, and I first want to ask if you are aware that Gauteng province has a specific department that deals with the electronic government implementations, which can serve an oversight role into the digital transformation. Are you aware of the department itself from the Gauteng province, the Department of E-Government?
That department is only originated in Gauteng. That is what you are trying to tell me.
No, it's a provincial department that regulates the digital transformation and related electronic systems within the province. And I'm asking if you are aware of it like any other department within the Gauteng province, since it relates to your topic on the digital transformation.
Yes, digital transformation, there is an ICT or the white paper framework that is governing how businesses must adopt digital transformation and how they must operate with regard to digital transformation. So, with regard to how Gauteng province have that e department that you're talking about, I'm sure that is being governed by by the white paper that is guiding the digital transformation, how companies must penetrate digital transformation in their businesses, and so that we can have a fair and equal business activities.
That would be dialogue. It's dialogue.
Okay, we still have about 2 minutes. Are there any other questions? I think you are not done with your questions, right? Okay, yeah, please give her the mic. It was just a yes or no first, right? Okay, you can ask the question.
Oh, thank you very much. Otherwise, I just wanted to give an advice that you can go look into it, since it might be very important and significant to add on your study on the policy direction in terms of the framework that might be effective to ensure that this digital transformation becomes a success within the tourism. And thank you.
Let me just allude that this is a piece of my PhD. It's just a small thing. My model is complex. So the white paper, the regulatory framework that we are talking about, it has been amended in 2016. I know about it. So due to a limitation of slides and time, I couldn't explain the regulatory framework. Thank you very much. And thank you for the advice.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Maja. I think you can go towards the back for the gift and for everything in between. Okay, leaders, we started with PhD candidates. We are ending with PhD candidates. Ma'am, what are you doing on my stage? I'm kidding. Welcome. You are very ready. Okay.
Physically challenged. Yeah, it's fine.
Leaders, just so that you know, the fact that her name is quite similar to my name doesn't mean that I skipped Mulewa. We're told that he's not here. So on the stage, the thing is not working. Okay, on the stage is Makofane HR. So we're moving towards the second session. So for the adjudicators, please do not adjudicate Mulewa, it's Makofane HR. Right? Okay, as we are still trying to fix the mic. Yes, it is. Okay.
Politically, it makes sense to create jobs and provide people with income and improve their standard of living. Environmentally, it makes good sense to fence environmental resources and keep them away from the people that need them for their survival. Demographically, it makes sense for black people or for the poor people to have more infertility rate and give more birth, so that in case whereby we have malnutrition or diseases, someone dies, they still have more that will grow up and be able to work and improve their standard of living. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Refilwe Makofane. My title is Supporting SDG 15 through the ecotourism-led conservation along the panorama route. I'm doing my PhD, first year in the Department of Development Planning and Management, and I'm doing Doctor of Administration in Planning and Management. The slides, the laptop is not showing well here. Sorry? The computer is just... Timekeeper, please stop. The computer has stopped working. See, even
But you can speak without the computer. We are a PhD candidate.
Yes, I can speak, but I want people to see. It's fine then. Oh, they won't see me. Okay, the motivation, why did I choose this topic? Is due to exposure to ecotourism, passion for conservation, unique biodiversity, community engagement. So one will ask themselves, happiness, why SDG 15? SDG 15 talks to life on land. And life on land, remember, at a later stage, I'll be talking to you why life on land is very important. So I am motivated to investigate, the innovative solutions that will help us in balancing the development, tourism development with the conservational goals, ensuring the long-term protection of the panorama route natural resources. What is the role of the NDG? What are the ecosystem-led conservation initiatives? What are the challenges, opportunities of ecotourism? Ladies and gentlemen, now let's come to the SDG 15. We know that this goal aims to protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of the terrestrial ecosystems. Why is life on land important? Remember, in environmental management, we have different philosophies. We have one philosophy whereby we talk about respect for life. Respect for life, we are not only talking to respect for life, you are not only talking to the human beings. Respect for life, you are talking about all the environmental components that constitute the environment. Remember again, when we're talking about the life, we know that human beings, they have the enormous power to either take care of the environment or damage the environment. Why is it important to talk about the SDG 15 life on land? Because now, remember, we're also talking about ecotourism. And what is this ecotourism? Ecotourism, it talks to safe travels. And we travel while trying to conserve the natural resources that we're having. At the same time, we are improving the communities, the people that are staying in the surrounding areas of the protected areas are able to practice ecotourism-related activities. Now let's move to the ecotourism-led conservation initiatives. Remember, the title is achieving or supporting SDG 15 through ecotourism-led initiatives. Why ecotourism-led initiatives? In simple terms, ecotourism-led initiatives, it talks to the practices of ecotourism as a tool to promote and support conservation. It talks to ecotourism as a tool to also protect the environmental and the natural resources that we have. So now we'll be talking to the protected area management, the sustainable tourism practices, community engagement, and education. Why is community engagement and education important in ecotourism? People should be made aware of whatever that they're doing on the environment is going to reflect back to them. Remember, we usually say that you should take care of the environment so that it takes good care of you. Ladies and gentlemen, ecotourism-based livelihood. Remember when we talked to ecotourism, we said that it promotes, safe travels while protecting the environment. In the process whereby people are able to visit certain tourism destinations, the people that are residing next to these protected areas are able to create they're able to create livelihoods activities. So this is the reason why I also got interested in doing this topic. Here are the case studies. Remember that we're looking at Panorama Route. We know Panorama Route is a beautiful road in Mpumalanga province. So I want us to have an idea of what is it that I'm talking about. We have the Blade River Canyons. We know that the Blade River Canyon is one of the biggest out of the 3 in the whole world, after the one in the United States and also the one in Namibia. So this, we are able to see that immediately when you go to Mpumalanga, you'll be able to find people that are practicing livelihood activities there. People are able to generate income through what? Through ecotourism. The tourists, when they come and visit these places, they are able to practice livelihood activities, which will help them to improve their standard of living. And in that way, remember we talked about education, environmental education. In the process whereby people are visiting these places, we're having people whom we call the tour guides. They are teaching the people that are visiting about the importance of the environment, on how they should also take care of the environment. Hence, we should support the SDG 15, which talks to life on land. We have the challenges, even though that we have in most cases say that, you know what, when we're having tourism, it's nice to tour, but there are also challenges in achieving the ecotourism, or also supporting the SDG goal 15. Balancing tourism with conservation goals is sometimes difficult, and ensuring equitable benefit sharing among local communities. And also, we have the good thing, the advantages or the opportunities, the collaborative management of the protected areas, innovative, sustainable tourism products and services. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to pose a question to you. Remember, I said that we should take care of the environment so that it takes care of us. So now, the question that I want to pose to you is, when last did you see a butterfly? When last did you see a chameleon? When last did you see those birds that we used to see flying before Christmas Day? We used to see those things. So usually when you talk about global warming, when you talk about not taking care of the environment, people will say that, no, but the resources are still going to be there. Remember, we're talking about sustainable development, utilizing the natural resources that we have currently without compromising the needs of your future generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, ecosystem-led conservation along the Panorama route can significantly, help us to achieve the goal 15 of the SDGs. By adopting sustainable tourism practices and supporting conservation initiatives, we can also protect and preserve the region's unique biodiversity. With all those words, I end here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Makofane, for the wonderful presentation. I think we can take questions. Are there any questions for Kay? There's 2 right at the back. Those are the only ones that I see, so we can have those. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, the first question that I have is that you spoke about conservation and sustainability of the ecosystem or the environment. So with coal being the largest producer of energy in South Africa, and with other sources of energy being proven that they are inadequate to provide us with electricity or generate electricity that will be sufficient for all of us. So how do you think we can conserve and sustain the environment while it's ensuring that there's adequate and enough energy that is being generated from coal?
Oh, okay. My study doesn't really look into electrical, those issues because they get to be more technical in my field. However, what I can say to you is what we can do. Remember, when you talk about sustainable development, we talk about utilizing what we have now without having to compromise, the future needs that we are going to satisfy our needs. So what we can do to be able to, I think we have what you call the polluter pay principles. We have environmental management, policies, and also the ethics and the philosophies that guides companies on how to use the resources that we have. So if we have policies and the ethics and all those acts that guide the companies on how they should utilize the resources, then we'll be able to use what we have now and preserve or conserve for the future generations to come, so that we won't have problems in the future. Thank you.
As we all know, that the government has implemented various spatial development initiatives around communities that are located in tourist attractions. However, there are some communities that take advantage of this and would resort to actions such as deforestation and poaching. So how can we overcome these challenges?
Environmental education is very important. Remember, we also had the issues of human-wildlife conflicts, whereby people that are residing next to these protected areas, they don't know how to behave when those wildlife, go to their villages or the nearest places. So environmental education is very important. So because it will help people to be able to know on how to behave or react when they come across such issues. So that is all I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The additional questions can be asked to her during lunch. I apologize for that. Or is it a comment?
Yeah, it's a comment.
Okay, if it's a comment, you can still give it to her during lunch. Yes, thank you so much. All right, leaders, just two things before we break for lunch. I just want to thank everyone that presented. I hope that we'll still, and the people that ask questions, the audience. I should never forget to thank the audience. Can you please clap hands for yourselves for being so wonderful? Okay. One of the leaders in my department normally says, not everyone can be a leader. Leaders are born. Okay? And I just want to ask you one question. Were you born? Okay, so that means that everyone can be a leader. Colleagues, we are going to break for lunch. Our lunch is until 2 o'clock. So please, by 5 to 2, make way towards the hall. We are going to the venue that is just next to us here. There will be 2 doors that are open for us. We are going to go in and dish up for ourselves, and then afterwards we move to the other room, whereby we have places already fixed for us to eat. Otherwise, other than that, from my side, it has been real peace, and I'm out.
Yeah.
I know that in humanities they will tell you that listening on its own is a skill, and at some point some other people find it hard to grasp such a skill. Thank you very much. And I think we are ready to start the second session. You will recall this morning when I was handing the fifth session to the session chair, the session number 6 chair was not here yet. Thus, it gives me a pleasure to call upon Dr. Mukwili to come and share the session. The planned session is, thank you very much. He's also one of the team organizers. That is why he is dressed in uniform and without a jacket. They know that when I call them, I want them to put jacket to show respect to the guests and to show respect even to us. So I think going forward, as they continue with this kind of arrangements, they will also be very considerate on how they actually show respect to the guests. Thank you. Over to you, Doctor.
Noted. Good afternoon, everyone. Next time we'll definitely wear jackets to show respect. One great composer called S.J. Khoza once wrote and said, "Bomontsuku, Limpopo, bile mabokweni abanu ba Limpopo." The future of Limpopo is in the hands of the Limpopians. That means with all the research that we are doing to enhance Limpopo, we are doing to enhance South Africa as well. So with that said, I'm saying good afternoon, and let's continue with, we are starting with Throughe TMK. Throughe MK. Oh, before, there was a USB here. Anyone who saw the USB? There was a USB here, and I... Oh. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to Throughe MK honor student. Throughe MK. No, it's not Throughe MK, this one. Throughe MK, going once. Can we go to Tsiri? Okay. And can you please come forth, come and sit in front so that we know. Tsiri and Matlebiani, please come in front. I'll call the rest. They are not there? Okay. Let's go to Maponya FM and Mashishi NP. Please come sit in front. Maponya. Can someone assist me with the folder for session 6? I only see session 5. Oh, session 6. Okay, we're starting with Maponya, yes. Brief, ne? Okay. Just control this one. Let's go to And remember, presenters, when the nerves comes, you breathe. Then we are going to do well.
I'd like to extend my exuberant greetings to all of you. I am Fostein Maponya, an honors candidate in the Department of Development Planning and Management, School of Economics and Management. And I'm here to actually present my study titled Repositioning Rural Livelihoods Towards the Fundamental Conquest of Income Poverty Alleviation. And with that being said, I'd like to start off with one of my favorite African proverbs, as it says, even the sun does not forget a village just because it is too small or underdeveloped. In that same context, we shall never forget or overlook the potential that rural livelihoods possess in terms of alleviating income poverty. The challenge of income poverty has actually prompted many rural inhabitants to resort to various livelihoods in the pursuit of ameliorating it. But unfortunately, it persists at an alarming rate through the manifestation of issues such as poor purchasing power and undesirable living conditions. Thus, the study is actually guided by the objective which seeks to investigate ways to reposition livelihoods towards the fundamental conquest of income poverty alleviation. The problem statement. The problem is that there is limited and lack of efficient understanding when it comes to utilizing rural livelihoods towards the fundamental conquest of income poverty alleviation. They are largely practiced on a need for survival purpose. They are also largely practiced for subsistence reasons, not necessarily commercially inclined to take over the market on a larger scale. And this is the problem. It also manifests itself in the sense that there are various support systems that are supposedly meant to empower rural livelihoods. And these are the likes of CEDA, the likes of LEADER, Agri-BEE also falls into the spectrum. However, and unfortunately, they are poorly positioned to actually empower rural livelihoods. There are many instances wherein the supposed beneficiaries are not even aware of them. And these problems keep on impeding rural livelihoods. The problems that are inclined with these rural livelihoods also encompass lack of value-added chains. Value-added chains refers to goods that are well positioned and packaged for the market. For the benefits of context, rural livelihoods are multi-spatial practices that rural people engage in order to generate income. This encompasses on-farm, off-farm, and non-farm activities. They can also be manifested in form of farming, and also creative or artisanal skills that rural people possess to create goods. For example, the likes of crafting, just to give that example. I recently attended a public lecture hosted by DDPM and MDEV, and the speaker of the day, Mr. Octavius Puguive, demonstrated that products such as umpesu are not found in the market. And why is that the case? Because such a product has such a high demand, it can even be traded to different countries, but it is not found in the market. That is a clear demonstration that rural livelihoods are not well positioned to be able to be traded in the market. Thus, they are impeded and not able to alleviate income poverty, as well as being positioned in a manner that they can actually create opportunities such as employment opportunities for others as well. Moving to the theoretical framework, the study is guided by the asset-based community development approach. Despite the fact that it was founded in 1990 by McKnight and John, this theoretical framework has defied the odds of time through its comprehensive lens of looking at a community for what it can become as opposed to what it is. This theoretical framework seeks to utilize the community's assets in terms of resources, capacity, and capabilities to position it towards the trajectory of hope and prosperity. And in that same delineation, this theoretical framework will be used to actually empower those on-farm and off-farm livelihoods. In that same context, this theoretical framework provides grounds for capacity building, empowerment, self-reliance, sustainability, as well as a deepened sense of ownership of their own livelihoods. Moving to empirical literature. The literature has demonstrated that there is a variety of rural livelihoods across South Africa. And one of the determinants that lead to the rural livelihoods being the way they are is the indigenous practices aligned with those communities. The literature further demonstrated that income poverty persists among different provinces in South Africa. However, it also demonstrated that it is mostly rampant in provinces such as Limpopo, KZN, as well as Eastern Cape, just to mention a few. There is a problem entwined with rural livelihoods, and that problem is that there is this dependence on agriculture, and the literature has demonstrated that agriculture on its own has not been sufficient enough to alleviate income poverty, not because agriculture is not productive, but the rural inhabitants mostly lack efficient means to actually make those rural livelihoods productive, hence they are impeded. For example, there are erratic climatic conditions, less rainfall, and many other examples that we can mention that hinder their productivity. Issues such as microfinancing also emerged as some of the challenges that also impede rural livelihoods. It is also demonstrated that there is lack of agro-food processing and value-added goods, as I demonstrated. This is the reality that most of the goods that they are actually trading are primary goods. These primary goods lack value that can actually be traced to the market and the market and the shelves, and thus this impedes their ability to actually have that value and even enhance the economy by creating employment opportunities. In that same delineation, local economic development, LED, it emerged as a fundamental strategy to actually enhance rural livelihood. LED is a strategy that is meant to actually promote economic opportunities. Thus, it is demonstrated that rural livelihoods should be positioned in a manner that they are incorporated in the LED. Methodology. The study relied on a desktop-based qualitative research methodology, which analyzed data through thematic content analysis. In addition, the study ensured internal validity through analyzing and summarizing different academic materials, proceedings from conferences, different articles, book chapters, as well as relying on latest academic writings in order to ensure that validity is materialized. Findings and discussions. The study has actually found that climatic conditions and issues such as abbreviations of less rainfall, lack of arable lands, and so on, impede farming as one of the strategies that rural inhabitants engage in order to generate income for themselves. It also demonstrated that on its own has not been actually enough, and it also revealed that the support systems that are there are not well positioned to actually empower rural livelihoods. In addition, microfinancing emerged also as one of the challenges that are impeding rural livelihoods. And rural livelihoods diversification emerged as a fundamental strategy that can also be used to actually empower rural livelihoods. It is evidently clear that LED is one of the strategies that can also be used to actually enhance rural livelihoods. This means that it should be incorporated when rural livelihoods are actually being, when the local government is engaging in planning and implementation of local economic development initiatives. And they should also have programs wherein they seek to go into these communities to identify potential livelihoods that can actually be able to bring macroeconomic opportunities that can empower the entire communities. In addition, there is one of the strategies that is the rural enterprise industrial development. It is there on paper, but on the ground, it seems to be a fallacy. Thus, such strategies should actually be enhanced to bring infrastructural investment so that such rural livelihoods can be enhanced, because infrastructure is also one of the fundamental means that can and should be used to foster the empowerment of rural livelihoods, because they are mostly impeded by the issues of road infrastructure, for example. It is very hard in the rural areas to actually trade these goods and take them to different markets because road infrastructure serves as a major impediment. Thus, they should actually be repositioned towards that delineation. In addition, they should also be rural livelihoods diversification. This refers to the fact that they should not rely only on farming. They should diversify their income with off-farm activities as well. And with that being said, I say that little by little, a bird creates a nest. And in that same delineation, the empowerment of rural livelihoods creates an opportunity for the rural livelihoods to be able to materialize various sustainable development goals, such as Goal 1, which is no poverty. Thank you in abundance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maponya, for your energetic presentation. Questions? Remember, no preface. Prof, then Doctor. Oh, Mr. Moore. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session, and really I got interested to your presentation, no preface. My question, I'm interested to know the themes that you developed when you were looking at the data that you referred into as secondary data, so that I can make sense of the findings or your discussion of findings and recommendations. I got lost just when I get there. Thank you.
Mr. Mabui, good afternoon. Okay, so mine is with, based on the reference that you made to Mbezu. So it prompted a question to say, how best can we use or rather integrate IKS in repositioning rural livelihoods in this quest for income poverty alleviation? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The themes that were created through the thematic content analysis is the state and prospects of rural livelihoods. This provided a comprehensive lens to be able to look at different livelihoods and different characteristics that they embody, to be able to analyze them in that delineation so that we can actually reach the findings and the findings that the study has actually reached. Another one was the determinants of income poverty. This one was to actually provide a comprehensive lens of actually investigating the different causes of poverty, because there are different types of poverty. There's likes of cultural poverty, generational poverty, and so on. And the other one was repositioning rural livelihoods towards the fundamental conquest of income poverty. In terms of the indigenous knowledge systems and how we can best position them towards alleviating income poverty, the way that local government is positioned should actually be restructured so that we actually have programs that can pick up talent and creativity from its inception. In countries such as Finland, when someone possesses enormous potential, they are easily picked up through the system because there are already programs wherein they look for such prospects. So we should actually reposition in terms of aligning indigenous knowledge systems that rural people possess so that we can be able to add value-added chains. And technology emerges as one of the fundamental tools. We should actually instill technological advancements to them so that they can possess that value chain that is actually translating to a market benefits. Thank you.
Another question? 2 minutes. Another question? Questions? I see Richard there. Another, the last one? Richard, straight to the point. Richard will be the last one.
A wonderful presentation, sir. I have a question based on the off-farm activities that maybe you can recommend though people in rural areas to engage in, because you have mentioned the issue of saying that most of them, they rely on farming as their rural livelihood. So what are other rural livelihoods that they can try to practice beside farming? Thank you.
The different rural livelihoods that they can actually engage in encompass things such as crafting, as well as designing. For example, there's traditional attires. Some of those rural inhabitants are actually designing them. However, they are traded in informal markets. So just to give those two, there are some of the things. There are many that we can mention, but for the sake of time, I'll give you an example of those two, just to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Maponya. The next presenter will be Mashishi and Dineo. Please come in front. You'll be the one who's following. Mashishi is an honor student. So you just move.
Right, greetings to the House at large. Standing before you is Ms. NP Mashishi, a BCom Economics honors student. And today I'm presenting about the debt conundrum and monetary policy implications on exchange rate in South Africa, motivated by the need to interrogate these factors as they amidst the country's economic challenges with the aim of providing policies or insight to policymakers on how to stabilize the economic growth and exchange rate. Well, in the realm of economic policy, the interplay between debt dynamics and monetary policy decisions holds significant implications, particularly on the foreign exchange rate. This relationship underscores how changes in monetary policy, such as interest rate adjustment, can affect investors' perceptions of a country's debt sustainability and fiscal health, consequently influencing exchange rate movements. The confluence of factors often referred to as the debt conundrum highlight the intricate relationship of the fiscal policy, monetary policy effectiveness, and exchange rate dynamics. The exchange rate stems pressures. Oh.
Where do you see the exchange rate? There's a mistake. I made a mistake. I opened a different. Where were you seeing the exchange rate?
I'm not even lucky.
Okay, I'm sorry. We opened Mashishina.
Yeah.
We opened wrong slides. So can we? You paused. Okay, thank you. But why was she presenting?
I was just spinning up. Am I starting or continuing? I have to start from afresh, okay. All right, greetings to the House at large. Standing before you is Ms. N.P. Mashishi, a BCom economics student. And today I'll be presenting about the debt conundrum and monetary policy implications on exchange rate in South Africa, motivated by the need to understand these factors as they amidst the country's economic challenges with the aim of providing an insight to policymakers on how to stabilize the economic growth and instability. While in the realm of economic policy, the interplay between debt dynamics and monetary policy decisions holds significant implications, particularly on the foreign exchange rate. This relationship underscores how changes in monetary policy, such as interest rate adjustment, can affect investors' perceptions of a country's debt sustainability and fiscal health, consequently influencing exchange rate movements. The confluence of factors, often referred to as the debt conundrum, highlight the intricate relationship between fiscal policy, monetary policy effectiveness, and exchange rate dynamics. The exchange rate pressure stems from both global and domestic factors. Now, let's dive into the research problem that informed our study, though it is not well highlighted, but then it is crucial for understanding the objectives of this study. Ladies and gentlemen, as exchange rate plays a pivotal role in the economic landscape, it also presents challenges to policymakers and market participants alike. The South African rand depreciated significantly over the last 30 years, whereby in 1994 it was trading at R3.61 to the US dollar, and 21 years later it weakened to R18.40 to the greenback. The persistent volatility has been a critical issue hindering the foreign investment and economic growth. The economic instability and inflation have made it hard to lift people out of poverty and also increasing inequality. According to the International Monetary Fund Financial and Development Report of 2020, it has been highlighted that the critical issue, the main problem, lies within devising a coherent and effective policy framework that addresses fiscal policy and monetary policy effectiveness, as well as the exchange rate dynamics. And a failure to address these challenges holistically will exacerbate South Africa's economic vulnerabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, the aim of the study is to investigate the impact of the debt conundrum and monetary policy decisions on exchange rate in South Africa from 1992 to 2023, with the aim of investigating the existence and nature of the relationship of the debt conundrum and monetary policy implications on exchange rate. Moving on to the literature review, focusing on the theoretical literature, we have the exchange rate theory as our main theory, which has 8 mechanisms, but we will be focusing on only 4. The interest rate parity suggested that the external debt influence interest rate differentials, also influencing the exchange rate. The monetary approach to exchange rate theory stated that high external debt, it may lead to tighter monetary policy, and the tighter monetary policy will definitely lead to currency depreciation. Then the expectation theory and interest rate and inflation differential states that high domestic real interest rate attract currency appreciation. Based on the empirical literature, as it is the existing studies found, there has been a higher external debt leading to currency depreciation, and there's an increase in real interest rate that leads to currency appreciation. There has been a positive relationship between inflation and exchange rate, in a way that when inflation increases, it leads to currency depreciation. Causality has been found from external debt going to exchange rate. Moving to the research methodology, ladies and gentlemen, the study uses the quantitative methodology, and the data has been adopted from 1992 to 2023 from the World Bank and the South African Reserve Bank. The debt conundrum in the study, ladies and gentlemen, will be represented by the external debt, and monetary policy will be represented by the inflation, domestic real interest rate, and the global real interest rate using the US real interest rate. The estimation procedure will be used on answering the research objectives of the study, whereby some of the appendix are not included due to limitations. However, they will be highlighted. With the correlation analysis, it has been found that there's correlation between our variables, and multicollinearity was not a problem. According to the unit root, we found that our external debt and inflation were stationary at level, whereas exchange rate and domestic and global real interest rate are stationary at level. That's called for the autoregressive distributed leg. Then the cointegration bound test did confirm cointegration as the F-stat is greater than the upper value. This means that there is a long-run relationship. When the F-stat is not greater than the upper bound, it means that we cannot determine the long-run relationship between our variables. Hence, it has been confirmed that there is a long-run relationship. Then we can therefore check for the long-run and short-run results. In the long-run results, we're having that external debt and inflation and domestic real interest rate have a positive and significant implications on exchange rate, meaning that a change in external debt and inflation or domestic real interest rate in the long run will also impact the exchange rate. Whereas in the short run, there is a positive and significant relationship from the global to the exchange rate. The error correction model is also showing that our variables can revert back to equilibrium in the long run. Then the summary of the wild test representing the short run causality, it is showed that with all variables combined, there is a causality, and the variables separated, there's only causality from external debt to exchange rate, and also from our global real interest rate to exchange rate. Moving on to the dynamic shocks, the upward sloping curve shows that there's a positive relationship, but then we must understand what this positive relationship means, because like when exchange rate does increase, it means that our currency is depreciating, right? Then the global real interest rate showed a negative relationship, meaning that there is a chance that when a global real interest rate increases, then our currency will decrease in a way that it is appreciating. Moving on to the diagnostic and stability testing, our results did pass, showing that there is no serial correlation, there is no heteroscedasticity, there is no misspecification of the model, and the residuals are normally distributed, meaning that we did not violate the OLS model. Those who want to know what the OLS model and the characteristics are can see me after presenting. Then, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as we are focusing on the relationship in the long run, it is showed that there's a positive relationship in both the short and the long run between external debt and exchange rate, meaning that if ever there's an increase in the external debt, our currency will definitely depreciate with no doubt. The inflation and exchange rate also showed that there's a positive relationship in the long run, meaning that high inflation rate will also lead to currency depreciation. And in the long run, as it had, in the short run, as it has depicted on the short run coefficient, we found that there's a positive and significant relationship from the global to the exchange rate. This means that the rising global rates lead to capital outflows and currency depreciation, whereas the domestic interest rate to exchange rate, we found that there's a positive relationship But then according to the interest rate and inflation differentials, it has been stated that when the domestic real interest rate increases, it leads to currency appreciation. So we will not violate that theory. We are hence concluding that high domestic real interest rate attract foreign capital and also leading to currency depreciation. With the recommendation based on the debt, we are saying that the government should manage the external debt to prevent excessive depreciation. Even our guest visitor has mentioned, has actually made an impact to my study, saying that the US does depend more on the entrepreneurship. This can be something that South Africa can adopt in a way of limiting the external debt. Then recommendation on the inflation, we are saying that central banks could control inflation using monetary policy to maintain the currency stability. Hence, we are having a level of 3 to 6% in South Africa that we are using. So they must make sure that they do not exceed the 6%. So with the domestic real interest rate, it is advisable or recommended that the central banks should always adjust the real interest rate in a way that it will lead to currency depreciation when the domestic real interest rate decreases. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Energetic.
Good afternoon. Nice presentation and topic.
Thank you.
My question is on your co-integration. It was negative 0.2997.
My co-integration.
Yes, on your short run. So it means that your model takes time to converge to equilibrium. Can you comment on that? Negative 0.2997. Meaning negative 30%, right? Can you explain to us about your model? It takes time, the percentage is low to converge to equilibrium. Thank you.
Well, the model does take time to converge, but then still the results were significant. Hence, it showed that there is a long-run relationship. It didn't specify how long is the relationship. It will still revert back to the equilibrium at the end of the term.
Thank you very much for Sinead Mapona. I hope that my question is not out of context.
Okay.
Recently, the South African government used the reserves that it had in order to limit rising debt or to prevent rising debt. So do you think that the contingency reserves that the country has put aside being used is good for the country or not?
Which reserves are you talking about? Specifically, the reserves that I've used, which ones are those?
The Minister of Finance reserved, they are finances that are reserved in order to potentially ameliorate dire economic conditions. I'm sure you know, in February, they recently seek to utilize those debts, saying that they want to actually ameliorate undesirable economic conditions. So I'm saying, given that your study relates to this, do you think that's good for the country or not? It's good to use such reserves?
Well, I can say that it is good to use that reserves because like my study is based on the external debt. So we are saying South Africa should minimize or manage the reliance of their reliance on the external debt, meaning that they should focus more on the domestic external debt and even the likes of taxation as it is the main revenue of the government expenditures. I'm not sure if ever I answered your question.
Thank you. Considering what she was saying, your model takes time to convert back to equilibrium. Also, I've noticed that you didn't mention the results of the R squared. So the question is, how can we trust your results? Thank you.
I did not what?
You did not mention the R squared.
The
How
R
can we
squared.
trust, yes, your results?
I specified the model I estimated using the e-views here, and some results are not here due to the slides limitation, and I don't remember what was my R squared.
Do we have another one? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ms. Malibana. And Malachi. Oh, Malachi is online. Okay. Ms. Malibana. Baloi S, be ready. Baloi S, be ready. Okay, I forgot. There is a car, Kia DBW 894 Limpopo, where you are parking, you've blocked someone and the person needs to go. There's an emergency. Kia, number plate DBW 894 Limpopo. Please address it if you are in the hall. Yeah, you just move. Then it should come. Okay, yes, you'll have. Yeah, just use that one. And Baloi, be ready. Baloi S, be ready.
Good afternoon. I go by the name of Dineo Seramalebana, and the title of my paper is Participatory Planning Approach and Service Delivery Improvement, looking at local government prospects for community development and challenges and also opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be unfair to talk about service delivery without having to trace it back to apartheid era, where a lot of services were not provided, especially in rural communities. So in today's complex and also dynamic urban landscape, many municipalities are faced with the pressure to provide services to the communities. Thus, the need to investigate about the effectiveness of participatory planning approach and looking at service delivery improvement. So what actually motivated me to study about participatory development or participatory planning? Participatory planning has gained prominence as a strategy to enhance service delivery, because you can remember or you can attest that in most cases it is impossible to provide services to the people that you are not aware of, that they are in need of. So it is very important to consult with the people at the grassroots regarding the challenges and also some of the developmental challenges that they are actually faced with. So participation in development initiative is still a problem in many municipalities, and local communities thus need to research about participatory planning. How best can it be utilized to deal, or rather to improve the issues of service delivery? Because when we are talking about the issues of service delivery, many municipalities are failing to provide such services. And particularly if we look at Polokwane local municipality, it has a population of roughly 628,999, which is the population. So when it comes to the issues of service delivery, obviously we will have issues of backlogs. So what are some of the challenges that we are actually faced with when it comes to the issues of participatory planning approach, looking at issues of service delivery. The issues of tokenism, where in most instances, citizens' input is sought, but in real life, because at some point we need to be realistic. Look at the realities that are happening at the grassroots level. Look at what is actually happening in our communities. What are some of the issues that we are faced with, you know? And those are some of the issues that we can identify to say some of the challenges, obviously, which are not limited to what my study is all about, is the issues of tokenism, where yes, people's ideas can be taken into consideration, but at the end of the day, they are not thoroughly implemented. We can talk about the issues of lack of representation, where the marginalized group is not highly represented or fully implemented when it comes to the implementation of various initiatives, projects, and programs that are meant to improve their standard of living. So why is participatory planning approach important? It is important because it creates that sense of collaboration between the local authorities, community members, and other stakeholders, especially in decision-making processes. Because the assumption would be that people who are actually experiencing developmental challenges will be the ones to know strategies that they can employ in making sure that they eradicate. And if it's not about eradicating those developmental challenges, then how best can they minimize or alleviate those developmental challenges that they are faced with? That is why my study aims to emphasize the importance of including people in developmental initiatives, where we are talking about the issues of consultations, where we are talking about the issues of involvement, where we are talking about the issues of even giving feedback, because sometimes when it is impossible to deliver services, the community members need to know what is actually happening. So, service delivery in the advent of democracy has brought hope. And I want us to trace it back to the imbalances of the past, how most of the communities were still under underdeveloped circumstances. So in the advent of democracy, it has brought about hope, and it has brought about optimism that there would be improved service delivery, especially to the previously disadvantaged groups, which are most communities that are in the peripheries, rural communities that are experiencing these developmental challenges. And when we talk about the issues of service delivery, this is one of the most sensitive issues. And currently, we are also experiencing water shortage, which we are also even experiencing in our high learning institutions, which affects a lot of productivity and a lot of things that needs to be done in our institutions. So it is the duty of the local government as the closest sphere of government to make sure that at the end of the day, they cater for the needs of the people and provide services. But it is important to also note that the government cannot drive this on a solo road. So they need the assistance from the different stakeholders, which includes the community members, who are the main beneficiaries when we talk about service delivery. So as I have highlighted, the challenges of participatory planning when we are looking at service delivery. Local municipalities across the country, like I also gave you the number or the population, to say that when we look at the population, especially looking at the Polokwane local municipality, you can understand that they have to cater for both the urban areas and also the rural communities. So at some point, when we compare the services and the provision that they are actually providing for both the what that are in the urban areas and also in the rural areas, then we can see that at some point there will be service delivery backlogs or some pitfalls when it comes to the provision of providing services to the community. So the problem of poor service delivery and poor participatory planning process is evidently prevalent in many countries such as South Africa, because you can attest that we are still a developing country. So what are some of the prospects, or rather, what are some of the participatory planning approach that we can actually adopt? Because when we look at our government, they've tried to enact a plethora of legislatives that are actually meant to create more of a participatory environment where there's a shift from a top-down approach to a more bottom-up approach, where now we are actually, shifting, where there's that paradigm shift, where we are shifting from where now services are now being imposed to the people, where we are now having more of a dialogue, identifying our challenges and also finding the relevant strategies that we can actually use to make sure that at the end of the day, there is efficient, effective, and also valuable resources and basic necessities that we are gonna receive as communities. So my study is actually based on a conceptual paper where most of the information has been derived from various scholars, where we're looking at the various journals, articles, books, among others. So in conclusion, this paper actually tries to explore the prospects and challenges and opportunities associated with implementing participatory planning in the context of local government. So the government cannot run this on a solo. And when we're looking at service delivery provision, so we can attest that as we move forward, let us remember that participatory planning is not a destination, but rather more of a process, because when we provide services, it also allows us the need to prioritize the services that we need to provide to the people. So it is very important to learn prioritizing.
The maladministration of inefficient contractors in the procurement system leads to the deterioration of good service delivery system, and the government playing a key role in this challenge as they are responsible for the improvement and enforcement of service delivery. Do you think we should start depending on the private sector to take over the role of ensuring good service delivery?
Thank you so much for your question. I do not think that we should solely depend on the private sector. When it comes to the issues of service delivery, I think there need to be that collective collaboration. And it is very important to note that we are also having non-governmental organizations that are there in various communities, that are there to identify various challenges that these people are faced with, trying to assist the municipalities. That is why we are also having the relationship, or rather the collaboration between the non-governmental organization. We are also having the community-based organization, and also the contribution of the private sector, which they also play a very vital, important role in provision of services.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mrs. Malvana. My question actually is very simple, is that we always speak of participation, but we don't speak about how people participate. For example, if you came to me, I'm a professor, and you asked me questions in English, I will answer you. And if you produced a legislation, I will read it and comment on it. But what about those rural villagers, the mothers and fathers that are not formally educated, that cannot read and write, who are affected by the services? How do we make sure that we include them in the participation processes?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. And I think it's one of the most important aspects because we are having illiterate people in our communities and they need to participate in these developmental initiatives. So in most cases, what the government does, they have what we call imbizos, where they call the community members to come so that they can try to deal with their developmental issues. And sometimes, and I know in the University of Limpopo, we are having DIMAMO, that is a department that deals with the issues of health. So normally they come in our communities to check what are some of the health issues that we are actually faced with. And they bring questionnaires, they bring interview schedules so that they self-administer those particular questionnaires. And they also do that even to the elderly people so that they can be taken into this process of provision of services and understand what is actually happening.
Just in short, what is the current problem with the IDP, Independent Development Plan, because community members are invited to participate?
Very briefly, I wanted to check, what is it that actually will be a better framework compared to the current existing structures that exist for participatory purposes?
Okay, thank you so much. Remember, with the IDP is one of the tools that supersedes the strategies that the municipalities usually use. So one of the problematic aspect that I can identify when it comes to the IDP is that it is more of a top-down approach rather than a bottom-up approach, where most of the issues are highlighted in the plan. So when it comes to the implementation part of it, that is where I think when it comes to developmental issues, that's where the core problem is. And answering your question, Prof, I think the most strategy that can be used is to use more of a participatory development where we involve the different stakeholders. And when we talk about the different stakeholders, we are not only talking about the municipal officials, but we are talking about the beneficiaries, people who are supposed to actually benefit from the services.
Thank you for your assistance. You are a good crowd. Thank you very much. Let's continue. Baloy S. I did not see him or her coming forward. Baloy S. Is Baloy in here? No. Okay, let's go to Serumula KM. And Hosana. Hosana, please be ready. Can we get Hosana? Not. And let's put on the latest one. Let's go. Hosana, what is your presentation?
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Hosana Letlhogonolo Naomi. I'll be rendering a presentation which talks about the analysis of factors hindering the practicality of equal pay for equal job in the workplace. The principle of equal pay for equal job aims to ensure that women and men working in identical or similar jobs receive equal remuneration. The paper will look into gender being one of the factors which hinders the practicality of equal pay for equal job in the workplace. When we are talking about gender pay gap, we are talking about an instance where people are executing the same duties in the workplace, but they are remunerated differently due to factors such as gender. The reason why I chose this particular, or rather the reason why I chose to narrow my presentation down to gender, it is simply because when we are talking about women, we are talking about a group of people rather who were not previously prioritized. So we are talking about people who were disadvantaged in the past. Okay, I'll move on to the legislative framework. MC, can you kindly assist? Okay, let me just move on. The time is counting. Should I continue? Okay. South Africa is one of the countries that takes a firm constitutional and a legislative stand against inequality in all aspects, including in the workplace. Okay. South Africa is one of the countries that takes a firm constitutional and a legislative stand against inequality in all aspects in the workplace. I'm going to reference the Constitution. According to Section 9 of the Constitution, it states that everyone has the right to equality. The term everyone also applies to employees. In reference to Section 23 of the Constitution, it guarantees employees the right to fair labor practice. As such, remuneration inequality does not amount to fair labor practice. Moving on to another act, which is commonly known as the EEA, the Employment Equity Act. It aims to promote equality in the workplace by prohibiting any form of discriminatory practices. This includes an equal pay for similar job. Now, moving on to the Universal Declaration for Human Rights, according to Article 23, subsection 2, it states that everyone without any discrimination has the right to equal pay for work. Furthermore, Article 23, subsection 3 states that everyone who works has the right to a just and a favorable remuneration. Despite this legal framework against gender discrimination, remuneration inequality continues to persist in South Africa. Now I'll move on to some of the causes, or rather some of the instances which contributes to gender pay gap. Number one, we have women competence and skills which are being undervalued. Number two, we have gender stereotypes. Number three, we have cultural backgrounds. I would love to talk about them as a collective. One of the reasons which contribute to gender pay gap is the influence of these three components that I've highlighted on the screen. Now, in order for us, rest assured, there are cases which usually arises in the workplace whereby we'll find ourselves in instance whereby there are two employees who are executing the same occupational duty, but they're being remunerated differently. My presentation will focus on the solution thereof to say that when we find ourselves in instance where two employees are complaining that we are executing the same mandate, but we are being remunerated differently. Therefore, that will lead me to the criteria of assessing if the work that they are doing, does it qualify to be what we call an equal work? Does it qualify to be classified as what we call an equal work? There are various components that we can check in order for us to assess whether work is of equal value. These are the following criteria that must be taken into account. Number one, we must check if the job is similar. Number two, we must check if the job is largely the same. Number three, we must check the responsibility and whatever that they're executing, is it similar? Number four, we must check the skills and the qualification and their experiences thereof. It is only when all these factors have been met that we can safely conclude that indeed these two employees are executing the same job. Now, I would love to move to Regulation 7 of the Employment Equity Act, which highlights factors which justify differences in remuneration. There are cases whereby we can justify difference in remuneration simply because if ever it exists that the following grounds that I'm about to list are evident, we can pardon, or rather we can say that the difference that occurs in remuneration is a justified one. Number one, we are going to look at the following grounds: the individual's own seniority or length of service. Number two, the individual's own qualification. Number three, the individual's own performance quality and quantity of work. There is a case of Sun International Limited versus Commercial and Allied Workers Union, which best deals with these particular factors that I'm talking about. In summary, in this case, this is what happened. What happened was that an employee complained that me and my fellow male employee, we are executing the same job, but we are being remunerated differently. It was then concluded that the difference it is due to gender. But when the court further analyzes the matter, they realize that the reason why the employee, the woman, she's earning less than the male is simply because the male has more experience and has more skills in terms of the job which they were executing. Now, the burden of fruit. We cannot run away from the fact that this is something that continues to exist in our daily life, particularly in the workplace. If such a case exists, this is what must happen. Number one, the employee must show that the work performed is of an equal value to the competitor, or to the person that we are comparing, the other employee, in simple terms. Number two, the difference in pay, it must be based on the prohibited ground of discrimination in terms of Section 6 of the Employment Equity Act. The burden of proof the burden will then fall on the employer to prove that such an alleged discrimination did not take place. If the discrimination took place, the employer will need to show that the differentiation between the salary was fair and justifiable. Now, moving on to the recommendation and also conclusion. I would recommend that employers should actually incorporate what we call remuneration transparency. When there's remuneration transparency, it will help employees to know that if I, Ms. Hosana, or I, Naomi Hosana, am executing 1, 2, 3 with my fellow colleagues, we must all be paid equally so. Number two, I will recommend that the employers should actually incorporate what we call employment equity plan, which means that they should prioritize and come with measures in order to ensure that they guard against any kind of hindrance that might disturb the principle of equal pay for equal job in the workplace. Number three, they must conduct what you call a gender pay review. This will help them to identify gaps or certain insufficiency whereby if they can take them into consideration, they'll be able to come with the remedies, and so that equality can prevail in the workplace as far as remuneration is concerned. Number four, I would advise employers to get advice from professional job evaluators. They know better, and I believe that their advice will help them in terms of assessing on how, or rather the steps in which they should take in order for them to implement the principle of equal pay for equal job. Now, in conclusion, this paper concludes that a gender pay gap undermines the dignity of workers, and it continues to perpetuate inequality between men and women in the workplace. In simple terms, what I want to say is that it is upon us as the citizens of South Africa. We are governed by the Constitution. Therefore, we have to act in accordingly. And the what we call about the gender inequality, it's not just a woman issue, but it has to do with women rights. So when you and I, we are not protecting or we are not enhancing another person's human right, we are actually infringing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. One, I'm not quite sure. Your topic that you reflected speaks about factors, hinders, and so forth. But now, on your presentation, you seem to have sticked to one variable, which is gender, throughout. I'm not sure what will be the justification to qualify that. But then secondly, on your recommendation, you are talking about employment equity plan. And I thought that is a matter of compliance. It's not something that perhaps you want to recommend really based on your study. Your comment on that.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. When I started, I highlighted, rather this is what I emphasized, that my study is quite broad, but for the sake of this presentation, I'll narrow my presentation down to gender. That is why I was focusing on the influence of gender being an element or rather a factor which hinders the practicality of equal pay for equal job in the workplace. Noted, I'll do so.
Nice presentation, by the way. Okay, in as much as you advocate for equal work, equal pay, have you taken into consideration the physiological difference between male and females? For instance, in a workplace, let's say that you and I are working together, and then now you have to dig or you have to carry something that is heavy, and you come to me and say, help me, just because you expect yourself to be helped since you don't have that much physical strength as I do, being a male. That is not a secret. So do you think it will be fair on me for being paid same as you, but I'm doing more work than you are?
Thank you so much for the question. When you and I, let's say you and I, we have applied for a similar job, chances that the reason why you and I were going to be absorbed, it's not mainly because of how we look or our physique. You do get an employment simply because you have the relevant skills and you have the relevant qualification, and that's what they check. So I don't know if I've answered your question to say that. Okay.
Physiological difference, not the intellectual difference. You understand? So
Okay.
it's digging and carrying bricks. It doesn't require any skills. You understand? I'm talking about the labor market. It's equal pay, equal work, equal pay. But I'll be doing more work than you are. So is it fair on me to be paid same as you are, but I'm doing more work than you are?
No, it is not. It's not fair for you to be paid less while you are exercising so many duties. According to the Employment Equity Act, each and every person has to be remunerated according to the job which they've executed.
Yeah, just 10 seconds. You can start counting. No, to come back on what you are saying, my brother, I think technology will solve most of the problems. Because you are talking about manual labor. You see, you are saying that picking up of bricks is a manual work. But if you look at a plant of, for example, BMW in Roslyn, in Pretoria, when they pick up those big tires for SUV, they don't use their physical labor, they use machines and then they install them. So eventually, with the adoption of technology, women will be able to do more physically demanding work like men because they will be helped by that technology. So I think that should be the answer.
Thank you so much for that contribution. Thank you.
You know, it is always interesting when males engage issues of equal pay. They always revert to manual labor, but they don't engage it when we are talking about academia, we're talking about being in an office. So we should not be, and if they hire me as or a female as a manual labor, she has to do the work because that's the work that she applied for. So advocating for equal pay. Okay, Muliwa, I think we have Muliwa. Muliwa is a doctoral student. Muliwa, your time has started counting. I'm right to say doctoral, no? Yeah. Okay. Muliwa, doctoral, thank you very much. 15 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. The advantage of presenting after lunch, it's less questions. So I will expect that from you. Okay. As I indicated, my name is Zephras Mulewa. I'm a DCOM student, and then I will be presenting mainly on the benchmarking best practices, cooperative analysis of transparency and accountability in the state-owned entity. I looked at Singapore and South Africa, and then I will share briefly the rationale behind. This is just my background in terms of the introduction, but in the interest of time, allow me to move to the next slide. Okay, just on the next slide, I'm just going to share briefly what was the reason of interest to consider this topic. The background is when you look at the OECD, which stands for Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, they've developed 6 guidelines on corporate governance. So that is an international standard on corporate governance. So on that international standard, they've got 38 countries that are members to that, and then South Africa is one of. So instead of comparing South Africa with Singapore on a general corporate governance principle, I've looked at the international standard on corporate governance. Instead of looking at the 8, in the interest of time, I've chosen one, which was mainly the transparency and the accountability. And this was further strengthened by, if you know now, there are more strategic entities that were under the Department of Enterprise. Currently, with the new administration, those departments now they've been moved away from Department of Public Enterprise to line departments or policy department as an interim measure under the Minister of Planning and Monitoring, Ms. Ramokgopa there. She has been tasked to look at the current transition to then manage those entities while they are looking at the model that is done in Singapore so that they can adopt that. Based on that preliminary discussion, I then took an advantage then and looked into that area and conducted research to see what is best when you compare it to Singapore. And they visited various countries like Malaysia and France, but Singapore is standing out. And South Africa, as I'm speaking, they want to then customize that model of central ownership where all entities they will have a holding company that will then be providing an oversight. So that is basically the motivation behind. But now let me quickly look into the purpose in the interest of time. The purpose of the study was to actually evaluate that one principle of OECD, which is to look at transparency and accountability in Singapore, to see what are the lessons or best practice that one can extract to then customize for South Africa. And as I indicated, the motivation, let me not dwell much. I indicated that there are a lot of corporate governance challenges within our state-owned entities that has got an impact to the operational efficiency of those entities, that directly impact on the main purpose and the mandate of those SOEs, mainly around economic development, amongst others. Then the research focus, as I indicated, it looked at Singapore instead of all those 38 countries or any other country that South Africa is considering now, Malaysia and France, amongst others. Okay, just to zoom into the literature review, looking at the SOE, as I indicated, the primary role of SOE in South Africa, we've got more than 700 and something SOE in South Africa, either nationally, provincial, and local. But we've got main key strategic entities that are under Department of M&E that you will know of, like ESCOM, Sanral, South African Airways, amongst others. And then, as I indicated, the importance of those SOEs, amongst others, which is primary, to play a key role to the economy in line with the National Development Plan, amongst others, in line with the economic policies of the country. They also exist mainly to also provide goods and to also create jobs in the organization and also stabilize other industry. You are well aware when there were challenges with regard to South African Airways, where there was a Tagato deal where Pravin had to sell some of the stakes. I think it was 51%. The state was more concerned about jobs, saving jobs. But on the other side, that entity is supposed to then able to sustain itself, to then be able to add value to the country. So also amongst the other issues within the literature review, I looked at governance. I indicated governance, amongst others, is the issues of transparency, accountability, and disclosures, inefficiencies. You are well aware as well. I think it's Transnet now. A few years ago as well, I think it was ESCOM, where they required special approval for them not to disclose fruitless expenditure in their annual report. I think this Transnet is following the same. So those impact on the transparency issues. The question is why they don't want to disclose the issues of fruitless expenditure, amongst others, for the public to also know the financial performance of the organization. So that is required in terms of Public Finance Management Act, but they are requesting National Treasury to approve for them not to disclose that, amongst others. And then, as I continue as well, the Singapore's approach, as I indicated, what stands out from them, what is so competitive, it's mainly around their transparent accountability mechanism. Furthermore, their central ownership model, they've established the organization called Temasek Holdings. It's responsible to oversee the entities, which in South Africa we don't have. They are looking at how best can they replicate this model. And furthermore, you look at what stands out, their role in the economic success, their centralized governance model that I indicated, and also issues of budget, and also those entities are aligned to the economic goals. And then also when I go, when you look into South Africa compared to Singapore, as I've highlighted the competitive advantage for them, it's mainly around the impact of SOE, around those that SARS and others, Transnet, and also issues of political patronage, issues of influence on key appointments of the board that impede the performance of those entities. Fiscal discipline, you are aware, National Treasury continuously bail out most of the entities in South Africa because they can't operate without a bailout, and they're not sustainable. This is just a table that I've just summarized in terms of when you look at South Africa and Singapore, in line with what I've just asserted now. I'm not going to go into detail because I've already covered most of those key aspects there. And then in terms of methodology, I've looked at qualitative approach in terms of looking at the different governance practice so that I can compare with South Africa. And mainly, the purpose being one will be able to see the similarities and the difference in those countries. And the content analysis is what one considered. And then this was the finding, mainly Singapore being the best, where South Africa is taking the cue to then adopt, where South Africa is still struggling but is considering most of the best practice to then implement. And then also, I'm not going to cover more on issues of that I've highlighted. It's just, I'm trying to detail the challenges that are there so that I can explicitly state what are the challenges, what is so competitive about the Singapore. Let me not go into, as I've already highlighted. These are practical implications to say the South Africa needs to then look at the accountability mechanism. We've got a scope amongst others. We've got the parliament and also continuous performance review of the boards and enhance the auditing practices in those organizations. So that is all from me.
Thank you very much. Questions? Noting the gentleman here, noting Prof at the back. Any other question? So your intimidated by this statement that you are not going to ask questions. This is interesting.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to check, Hore. Oh, okay. I didn't come. My name is Innocent. I want to check, what do you think is the significance of risk management in South African SOEs? Thank you very much.
Remember the significance of risk management in entities. Risk management often work with internal auditors. They mainly identify strategic risk from the strategic plan and the annual performance plan of the organization at a higher level. They further, at an operational level, business units that exist, they then identify operational risk. They identify risk that may impede the possibility of the organization to achieve its intended objectives. So that's basically why risk exists, and it's further strengthened by King 4 on as a voluntary code that organization needs to adopt in the organization, and also PFMA amongst others.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, presenter. That was a good presentation. And I'm happy that you have aligned your studies and you are using a framework. And you chose one element in the framework that is good. The only challenge I found in your studies is that you compare South Africa with Singapore. Yes. South Africa is a democracy that is a multi-party democracy where people vote and elect their leaders. Yes. It's not
installed glorious leaders through its own principles of succession. And therefore, it is without an iota of doubt that an institution with such a long-standing history and existence has got adequate mechanisms of succession that solidify and perpetuate its existence. However, the very same traditional leaders, have been subjected to a further statutory recognition, which has caused nothing short of turmoil and confusion in the traditional leadership arena. The problem statement is as follows. In terms of customary law, a succession to the position of traditional leader is hereditary, and it is supported by a petty adage or proverb, which says that which fundamentally means that one is born to be a chief or a king. Under this custom, the chief assumes the position of traditional leader without needing any further recognition. So the statute in question introduces a foreign notion of traditional recognition to the accession of the position of being a traditional leader. So this statute conflicts with customary law and the Constitution. So the research questions of the title are as follows. It seeks to question the legal implications of the notion of recognition as it appears under the Act, Traditional Leadership Act, and it goes on to further question the constitutionality of the notion of the constitutionality of the statutory recognition of traditional leadership. And it goes on to further question as to whether the notion of recognition creates or causes a conflict between customary law and the Act, which is Traditional and Cohesion Leadership Act, pertaining to the issue of procedure into the accession of traditional leadership. The legal framework is centered around three key levers, which is the Constitution, statutory law, and customary law. So under the Constitution, Chapter 12 of the Constitution provides us with two sections, namely Section 211, which recognizes the institution of traditional leadership, its role and status according to customary law, and it must be subject to the Constitution. It goes on further to provide for Section 212, subsection 1, which provides that there may be a national legislation that will provide for the roles of these traditional leaders. And then under the second lever, we have a statute. Under this statute, a series of legislations have been enacted, such as the now repealed Framework Act. So under this act, the leaders were recognized, and currently we are now using the Cohesion Act, which is in full the Traditional and Cohesion Leadership Act, which is now used to recognize traditional leaders. This legislation has been used in a plethora of cases, such as the Bheki Zulu versus President of South Africa, the Mpebu versus Mpebu, and many other cases. Under customary law, which is the last lever, under this lever, which is customary law, it is well known that the institution of customary law for ancient times till present has had its own methods of succession. And these methods vary from one kingdom to the other, depending on the principles which these Magoshis subscribe to. So under these principles, once a leader is appointed and installed and assumes office, he becomes a leader without needing further recognition. And these principles, as much as they are different, they've shown over time that they've proven to be sufficient and adequate in providing and confirming a leader. So the findings of my study are as follows. Section 211 of the Constitution, as I mentioned earlier, explicitly states that it recognizes the institution of traditional leadership according to customary law. And further, it goes on to provide that under 212 that there should be a national legislation which its mandate will be to provide for the roles of these traditional leaders. So it is unclear where this statute that I've been talking about attains its mandate to recognize. Therefore, it can be argued that it is unconstitutional on the basis that it has acted, the parliament, when it was executing its parliamentary legislative authority under section 44, may have acted beyond the scope given to it by section 212, which says that it must create a national legislation. So in conclusion, the study provides that the Constitution grants legitimacy to traditional leadership according to customary law, yet the statute, the Cohesion Act, introduces an additional layer of recognition that could undermine the autonomy and fluidity of indigenous governance practices. So this potential conflict suggests that the statute's foundation for recognizing traditional leaders is unclear and it runs a risk of lacking constitutional backing. So the study goes on to further recommend that a thorough constitutional review should be conducted in order to ensure that the statutory framework that we have complies and is in alignment with the constitutional prescripts being 212 and 211. And also, it goes on to further recommend that the respect should be given to the institution of customary law in determining traditional leadership without unnecessary statutory intervention or recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the end of my presentation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The dynamics of traditional leadership.
Oh.
Kgotso.
E le ka lebelela Mirwa, taba ya sekolo e tla magošing a e nape ra loka karolo e kgolo ka baka la hore bakgalajo ba le bakgekolo ba le ba na le tsebo e kgolokgolo e le horeng ba ka se palelwe ke go thola mathata a ka hara malapa ka gore mathata a mantši a ko kgorong ke a tswang ka malapeng re a kwana jwale taba ya sekolo a ke nagane gore e napa e na le seabe se se kalo ne ka baka la gore ke bo mathwadi bona ba di tseba taba tše le rena re akane ya ra ko bona ka baka la tsela re botšha ba kile ba e sepela ko morago jale maoša le re sa tlhoka Mirwa ke leboa potšišo yo mphileng yona.
Thank you very much. Quite an interesting engagement. Quite an interesting engagement. Okay, we have the last one. The person should be online. The person should be online. Can you please come and assist? Okay. Good afternoon, Malachi.
Afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. At least we have established that we can hear each other. Then I'm going to give you 10 minutes of presentation and we'll have a few minutes of engagement. I'm not sure if you will be able to make the slides to be on PowerPoint or not on PowerPoint, slideshow.
I've tried that. I don't know. What do you see on your side?
Okay, let's continue like this. Let's just continue like this. 10 minutes. I will indicate when you are about to finish. Good luck. You can start.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Seropote Malachi. I'll be presenting a paper on the effect of environmental management accounting costing techniques on water, energy, and financial liquidity in South African manufacturing companies, a literature review. Before I go further, I just want to put a small disclaimer that I dropped the fourth objective from the original abstract to comply with the length of the paper. I am a doctorate student registered under the School of Accountancy, supervised by Professor Fagoya. This is my second year of studies. I'm busy wrapping up the literature review chapter, also busy with data collection. This study was motivated by the energy crisis experienced in South Africa impacting businesses, especially manufacturing. Water problems in South Africa, calling for sparingly use of water across different sectors. Financial problems causing the closure of businesses. The willingness to contribute to sustainable development goal aiming at water and energy preservation. Therefore, this study indicates how can accounting, especially in the area of environmental management accounting, contribute to solving these challenges. The structure of the presentation includes background of the study, literature review, methodology, things identified in literature, results and discussion, and it will end with conclusion and recommendations. Water and energy crisis is a problem that prevails around the world. South Africa is not spared from these challenges, evident from the prevailing water and power cuts. Manufacturing companies contribute to these environmental challenges through high water and energy consumption. These problems are exacerbated by failure of traditional costing techniques adopted in manufacturing companies to accurately measure water and energy flows. However, manufacturing companies also need sound financial liquidity to continue operating despite the costing challenges identified. Environmental management accounting techniques were introduced to minimize the inefficiencies of traditional costing in measuring water and energy flows. This study focused on IMA costing techniques that dominate the literature, namely the activity-based costing, material flow cost accounting, and life cycle costing. Activity-based costing is known for its accurate allocation of overheads cost to products based on activities that drive the cost, whereas material flow cost accounting measures material, energy flows, and waste output in both physical and monetary terms, while LCC is known to be tracing all products through the entire life cycle. This study aimed to assess the effect of IMA costing techniques on energy, water, and financial liquidity in South African manufacturing companies. Specific objectives include to determine the effect of applying IMA costing techniques on energy consumption, to analyze the effect of applying IMA costing techniques on water consumption, and to assess the effect of applying IMA costing techniques on short-term financial liquidity. Therefore, this paper answered the following questions. How does applying IMA costing techniques affect energy consumption? How does applying IMA costing techniques affect water consumption? And lastly, how does applying IMA costing techniques affect short-term financial liquidity? The researcher looked at international, South African and South African literature in solving the study problem. Based on international literature, many studies agree that applying IMA costing techniques such as ABC, material flow cost accounting, will reduce energy consumption, water consumption, and will even reduce costs involved in manufacturing, directly impacting the short-term financial liquidity. However, there was a study by Nishidani et al. In Japan that found that irrespective of material flow cost accounting reducing energy consumption, the study did not find any effect between MFCA and water consumption. And again, just to again mention that this is just a snapshot of articles that contribute to the results. More information could be found in the paper already submitted. Looking at African literature, a study by Lucan and Said again, they found that using MFCA could result in reduction of energy, water, and costs, thereby enabling companies to improve its short-term financial liquidity. Whereas Parizal in Zimbabwe found that there is actually a negative and insignificant relationship between ABC application and financial performance, and consequently, the result will affect short-term financial liquidity. Coming back to South Africa, Fagoya and Zarua found that MFMA application can help in revealing water consumption expenses hidden in overheads, while Van der Poel again agreed that using IMA costing techniques such as ABC, MFCA, and LCC would help in reducing energy, water, and reducing costs through identifying inefficiencies in resource flow. This study followed interpretation paradigm because prior literature have been used and results thereof interpreted. The research method is qualitative, following systematic literature review using the guideline of the preferred reporting items for systematic review and meta-analysis, also referred as PRISMA. The researcher used Google Scholar database to find articles to be used in this study. That is because Google Scholar alone is recognized to have 889 million records, which allow even researchers to identify people that are experts in the field. The keywords used to search for literature include IMA costing techniques, water, energy, and financial performance. After getting results from this search, the results were again limited to include only 2020 to 2024 to ensure that only recent literature are covered in this study. The study further included journal article, conference proceeding, and book chapters, and things such as book citation and review papers were excluded in this paper. Specific exclusion included articles that were on EMA but were not extending to EMA costing techniques, or articles on EMA costing techniques which were not linking to either of the variables under the study, and records that were not in English. This figure here indicates the screening process that at the end of the day, there were 16 articles that had to be included in this study. The following things have been identified in literature. A lot of different studies agree that applying the EMA costing techniques will help in reduction of energy consumption, revealing energy hidden in overheads and losses while exposing areas of high energy consumption. Looking at the water, studies again agree that using EMA costing techniques will reduce water consumption, will expose water hidden in overheads and losses, including those non-value adding items, and again, it will expose areas of high water consumption, and all these areas will assist with the reduction of water. Differently, a study by Nishidani found that MFCA does not affect water consumption, whereas other studies, they found that using these techniques can reduce operational costs by exposing activities with higher costs. And differently, in another study, Barizal found that activity-based application has a negative effect on financial performance, whereas Nyagunika found that there is lack of knowledge of MFCA and LCC, which now hinder those companies to forfeit benefits that could be derived from these techniques.
2 minutes.
Looking at the results of the study, to answer the first research question, the study found that EMA costing techniques indeed reduce energy consumption through revealing energy hidden in overheads and losses and exposing areas of high energy consumption. This could assist in preserving energy. Looking at the second research question, the researcher found that there is conflicting results as both positive and negative relationships have been observed. And then looking at the research of question number 3, the researcher found that there is conflicting results because positive and negative were observed. These conflicting results may be due to the different methodologies that were adopted in different studies. In conclusion, despite the contradictory results, most studies advocate that EMA costing techniques should be used to minimize energy, water, and operational costs. Therefore, the researcher recommended South African manufacturing companies should employ EMA costing techniques for sustainable operation. This study contributes to EMA literature and sustainable development goals by exporting EMA costing techniques that could ensure natural resource preservation. Therefore, the study recommends that government should encourage the adoption of EMA costing techniques to promote sustainable manufacturing, as often companies are hesitant to adopt such techniques without any requirement. Limitations include using qualitative methods that focus on prior literature. Future studies can test these findings using quantitative methods. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Malachi. Can we take questions? Can we take questions? Questions, please. It seems as if you were clear, Ms. Malachi. Thank you for your presentation. I'm not seeing any hand, so that means we do not have questions. We thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, everyone.
With that said, colleagues, we have gotten to the end of our presentation, and thank you very much for your participation, and clap hands for me. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
I think we should also clap hands for ourselves, not for him only. Thank you very much. We are almost done, and I also wish to thank all of you for navigating this day together, and my co-pilots as well, Dr. Mkwele and okay, oh, you are there, yes, thank you very much. My concluding remarks. I think we should be definitely different by today. If you take cognizance of the number of papers, the extent of the education that we got, the interesting presentations that we listened to should have elevated all of us to a certain level. I think by now, I'll be honest with you, you cannot tell me that you so fresh. I could feel it. My brain has been stretched. You see, you confirm it has been stretched extensively, but there are a couple of issues that I jotted down that I still wish to actually take them up on my readings when I run out of sleep. I think I deserve a round of applause for that. Let's also thank even the attendees online. They never disappointed. You noted what Prof. Sitati mentioned this morning, that the number that we had has been increasing, and I believe when he takes stock of today after this session, he will also report to us how it looked like. Let's also appreciate them without seeing them physically. I know that some of you are looking forward to the evening and tomorrow, and you may want to go and do a scale. I'm looking at Dr. Mukwili, at least he's like me. The time for SCAL is not going to work. And when I look at others, I realize that it could work very well. I was told by the person that I was sharing the table with, I have not mentioned the name, that she still needs to go and polish her high heels. I always pay attention on the shoes, not on the dresses or clothes. So what is now going to happen, it's a little amendment on the program. You will have noted that our only executive dean of the Faculty of Management and Law was recorded to close the research days officially. But because he works with people, he's engaged on another university commitment. I will invite the beautiful voice that you enjoyed throughout the session, and now no longer going to use industrial psychology tactics, to call upon Professor T.S.S. Sitati to come and render the item vote of thanks and officially close. You know, with me, you know Memos. Again, there's this song that comes from Makadzi, and it says, the recent recorded songs, #1. I'm just trying to associate the song that Throughe or Faculty of Management and Law. So we are definitely a #1 faculty in the University of Limpopo. Professor Sitati, please ascend the stage, please. Give him a round of applause. We are number one because of Professor Sitati and Professor Umpemeti Sibanda, as they are our leaders. Tsotle ditle ka Faculty of Management and Law. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much. I'm the happiest man in the world. That sad face is gone now. The reason why I had that sad face is for us to complete this assignment on time, so that we go and you can now go and eat whatever that we want to eat in the restaurant, relax. You can go and enjoy yourself. There is some swimming pools there and so on and so forth. Now is your time that we have achieved what we were here to do. And don't forget time, all the time. I'm here to render a vote of thanks. I will start by saying thank you to our VC, Prof. Matlo Mokhalong, for giving us this opportunity to come here and engage and learn from each other. I had some colleagues from other universities saying they were never given this opportunity when they were still students, and this is not happening in other universities. I want to thank our DVCs for allowing us, DVC of Research, DVC of Teaching and Learning, to give us this opportunity to sit here and share our research. I'm not going to forget all the executive deans, especially our executive dean, Professor Sibanda, for always allowing us, giving us chance to sit and come with creative minds. If you look in this room, if you look at our presentation, they are perfect because of the opportunity that he has given us. Let me not forget the directors. Mr. Mujambesi, you have been here throughout. Professor Mokwena, you have been here throughout. The HODs of the faculty for supporting our students, all lecturers, professors for supporting our students. I am not going to forget our guest speakers, all our guest speakers for being with us. More especially, the two guest speakers who have started with us from the first day. For all what I have said, can we just clap hands? BMF and all the colleagues, thank you for supporting us. I am not going to forget the organizing committee in the office of the executive dean. They are here, can we clap for them? Colleagues, we have annual research day committee. People who have reviewed your abstract. People who have made determinations on your abstract. People who have accepted that you must come here and showcase your research. That is Research Day, Annual Research Day Committee. They are here. Please let us clap for them. I told you that we have 8 adjudicators. Let me make it clear so that when we announce results after 6, you are not going to be surprised. These 8 adjudicators are from 4 schools, 2 from each school, meaning Rauna Matsotsi. Moaona Matsotsi. Whatever that we have been saying here, they've been evaluating. And we have some prizes. I don't know who will be taking the first prize in the category of PhD, doctoral, who is going to take prize category of masters, bachelor and on. I know nothing. I've been sitting there. Next to me, there is no adjudicator. You're not an adjudicator, my brother. You are not. Right? I am not going to forget the marketing team for being with us here the whole event from the first day. And I can tell you, these committees that I'm talking about, they were not sleeping. They came here on Monday to put all these things that you see. Therefore, we need to clap for them. Even though, Maseko, you are our timekeeper, but you are a member of a committee. But you have been keeping time very well, together with the people who have put the screens together. Let's clap for them, please. The marketing team, the organizing committee team, and also the research day teams, they've put all these things together. Can we clap for ourselves now? For good presentations, and as we clap for ourselves, we clap for our supervisors for guiding us, for guiding you to do all these presentations. And colleagues, when we present the awards that side, no one should complain. It is adjudicators, and no adjudicators made a decision alone. I said there are 8. And I'm the happiest man now. Right. They have requested that for the sake of the memory that is not supposed to go away for a longer time, we need to take one big picture. I mean, the picture for everyone here, for all of us. After that, you'll group yourself per schools and take pictures here with your lecturers and supervisors. Yes, no, we'll do. I'm making this announcement because I'm not going to speak again after this, because I'm closing as I was requested. Then what is this? So that we don't waste time. Okay. All right. No, thanks, Director. I'm sorry. We need to give these items to our organizing committee to say thank you for the work that you have done. And whatever that you received there, they have decided that you have to receive that. We'll improve. Next year you might receive kumpa kumpa other than that small speaker. You might receive the bigger one. Can we then take this moment and give them this? I'm going to ask Ndadem Jambesi, Professor Masuku, Professor Rafapa to come and assist us. And maybe we'll take 3 and we allow our guest speakers also to assist. And I'm leaving this item to Prof. Mugwena, but I am officially closing this ceremony, and please let us go and do whatever that we want to do. Now is your time. Thank you.
It will be your time immediately after we render this item, as well as the picture has been taken. Yes. So that is why I always actually look like. I will tell you colleagues, he left that to me. Remember, I do things my own way. Let me quickly I request you colleagues to ascend the stage. Let me take you two by two, man. Yeah, two. Yeah. Then I'm calling the names. You line up exactly like that so that we can go and do our makeups. I'm calling Mr. No. Dr. Sihlangu. The organizing team, I'm calling you now quickly. Ne? No, they've not come yet, these other ones. If you want a photo, it's fine. I started by Dr. Sihlangu, Mr. Malika, Dr. Maluka, Mr. Macheta, Professor Kanjere, Mr. Professor Ayaya, Mr. Lipalane, Dr. Mukwili, yeah.
You know what, let us, Prof.
So you take them mutually.
No.
Okay.
Come this side.
Come this side. Come this side.
No, let us not do it that way. No, Lina do that.
Luna do.
No, let us not do it that way. Everybody should be there.
Okay. Okay, you done with this photo? Okay. Yeah, move. Smile, guys. Malika, please. Prof Ayaya, come. He's part of it. He's not here. Professor. That's right. Prof. Ayaya, thank you. Good. Yeah, no, I remember. We'll take it. Miss Manuko? Tsohle ditle ka FML, eh? Okay, what's happening there? Because I'm looking at you there. Professor Kanjere, please. And then after Professor Kanjere, I thank my two research professors for rendering this item. And the director stand, you will remain there. Exactly. That's it. Thank you. Come out. Yeah. Okay. Right stand, you stay there. You are my faculty there. Professor Guni, please join us. Professor Eunice, please join us. Yeah. Professor Togo, before you open your own meeting, come. Aliya Magabut. Prof. Stan, tell it. Yeah, shift man. You defend them. Yeah, you defend the woman. That's all right. Thank you very much. Ratombo. Ndorebuwa. Kamanda. Thank you very much. Machita. Hey, you shake hands at that. Yeah, that's three. Thank you very much, professors. You may now take your stage or your seats, and may I request my brother from the other mother, Classic, Hopper, as well as gape ke mang professor? Professor, please join us. But you should remember that I'm close to the 6th floor, so I can forget, and you'll pardon me for that. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Tatempian, please. They are just doing things without showing me now. You start by shaking their hands. Aha. Dr. Mukwele, I'm happy that you are the present is not presented by me. Hey, you always exposes me. Thank you. Good. Yeah. Thank you very much, Sesi timekeeper Maseko. Ngaman. Yeah. Then I hand over the directors. The directors, who gives the directors? Yeah. Professor Stati, come on. You're not tired yet. There's still an evening. Perhaps I should step down, then you proceed with others. Professor No. Professor Eunice, come back. It does not look good here. It does not look good. You'll pardon me. It does not look good. I must correct that. Thank you very much. Give her a round of applause, man. Come on, guys. Bo Meki Boso. I'm handing it over to you. Yeah, well, at some point, let me ask the Professor Stati to take it from here. But remember, we have gala dinner this evening. Make it a point that we operate in one time zone. Arrive at 6 o'clock, 18 hours tonight. The venue, Prof. Sitati is going to indicate it, but it's closer, it's just here. I've forgotten the name.
Now we want to give to the leadership of the faculty executive committee of the Faculty of Management and Law. We are giving them something here. I'm not sure what is inside. You just hand over. Prof. Mugwena, come and take your something here. Dr. Mugwele, can you stand there? Prof. Mugwena is the director of the Throughthe School of Graduate School of Leadership. When you want to study MPAM, MDEF, and MBA, is the head of Throughe Graduate School of Leadership. Then you can go there and do MBA. Then let us call the director of the School of Accountancy, Director Mr. Mjambesi. Thank you very much. Head of department from the School of Economics and Management, Dr. Mukwele, will take for Professor Goma. Professor Goma is not here. And hope you'll deliver it, Doctor. Okay. Colleagues, let us now take pictures. All of us here, the first picture. Gala dinner, we are starting at 6, the place where we were having lunch. But it is unfortunate that those who are using bus, it will go that time. You know your time. Now, can you all colleagues come here so that we take a big Faculty of Management and Law picture? Come here. All of you, guys, I'm no longer a policeman again. Mabunda, I'm no longer a policeman.